That one was a doozy. What am I doing here? Why do I keep doing this to myself? Hey everybody, you are listening to Canary Cry Radio and Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gons. Welcome to 162, the Burning Man episode, the long-awaited redemption episode. It's going to be
back.
Yep.
We're back. Yes. We, of course, if you remember the tragic story of last year's Burning Man research episode, where the memory card holding all of the precious materials, the assets, as they say in the biz, is, if not in the detritus of some dirty burner's van, then it is buried out there on the playa. But this year, we're back, baby. We're making it happen. If you are a listener of Canary Cry News Talk, you've heard a couple of the small mini reports I've brought back from Burning Man 2023. Or if you're a longtime Canary Cry Radio episode listener, you know what's about to happen. And we're excited to get back to producing some, I think, pretty high quality, high production value pieces. It's a little different than usual, Gons. We've been in the live space for so long. It's kind of nice to get back into the laboratory.
Yeah, it's pretty time consuming, but it's the longevity. It's the lasting effect of evergreen content. But I have to say, before we go into anything, to all the people who have maybe said some not so nice things about Christians being at Burning Man, go stand in the midst of Burning Man and bring up important spiritual and religious questions, and then you can talk. That's all I got to say. Because Basil, I'm tremendously proud of you for doing what you did, and this episode documents the courage and just the dedication and the commitment and the faith that you exhibit there. Great job. I'm so proud of you. And we're excited,
that's very
man.
sweet.
This is a good episode.
Thank you very much. Yes, you will hear. So as we've been doing these Burning Man research episodes for many years now, we want to try to make sure to bring back new and engaging and important data and material and assets. And this year was a little bit different. Of course, Burning Man as a whole was a little bit different this year, as we've seen in the headlines. But I did get in there, got down and dirty, started having conversations, spiritual, religious conversations with people who either they were standing in line for the porta potties or waiting to get their noses waxed, or you'll hear about it all. But it was much more of a sort of guerrilla warfare experience. But I think it's coming together quite nicely. I'm very proud of it, and so thank you for saying that here publicly, so everybody can know that I am trying my hardest not to drag you down, Gons. Gons, we first became aware of Carl Teichgreb and his research, maybe 10 years ago or so. If you are on the Canary Cry newsletter, and if you're not, you should go join that. Go to canarycry.party, and you'll see a place to sign up for the newsletter there. But I recently sent out a list of all of our other Burning Man research-related episodes, going all the way back to November 1st, 2014, Canary Cry Radio episode 78, Transformative Events with Carl Teichgreb. And that's when we first learned that Burning Man, counter to literally everything you hear from every other person on the internet, is not just sort of a bunch of hippies out in the desert debaucherying. It does include those things. I know. Gasp.
Thought they were doing human sacrifices and it's just one big occult ritual.
If you were a sort of casual observer, or maybe even more than a casual observer, if you're if you consider yourself hooked in with the sort of Christian truther community or ecosystem online, undoubtedly have you heard, unfortunately, the most uninformed takes on Burning Man that could possibly exist. I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are. Because there's a temptation. There's a temptation for Christians to approach a lot of things like this with a certain level of uninformedness, because, of course, as a Christian, you would never go near such a thing. But also, unfortunately, a level of ignorance as well. The idea that you would have, a sort of informed experience as to what Burning Man is sort of a repulsive thing to a lot of Christians. And I'm not saying I'm surprised about it, but I think it is unfortunate. You may have heard online personalities talking about, basically just being mean, just sort of being mean about it. Those hippies, let them burn.
I can summarize it in some real basic clips here. We all know the guy who started Burning Man.
He's a Satanist.
Of course. Yes. We know that. Everybody, it's because of the problem of sin.
Sinful generation!
That we even have something like Burning Man. And, you know what they do there.
They sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
Oh, yeah, I heard that episode. Well, in 2014, we learned from Carl Teichert that there's something more to it. It is what he calls a transformative event. And in this postmodern, post-Christian, secular world of ours, there is a yearning in the human spirit to replace all of the sorts of rites of passage, the holy days, the rituals, the ceremony of religious life. And that's kind of what Burning Man has become for a lot of people. You'll hear a lot more about it during the episode. But I want to encourage everybody to approach this topic with an open mind. By no means are we trying to invite anybody to go to Burning Man if that's not what they want to do. But it is important to understand exactly what is happening, because what happens at Burning Man is more than what happens at Burning Man. What happens at Burning Man doesn't stay at Burning Man. And what we've tracked in the past is how the ideologies, the ideas, the trends, the spirituality, everything that sort of grows out of Burning Man or is sort of initiated. A lot of times these things are initiated at Burning Man and then spread throughout the globe. It definitely a sort of globalist ideological spraying device, for lack of a more poetic way to describe it. But in 2014, that's when Carl Teichert changed our minds about it. And it has been such an essential tool in our line of work, Gons, to be able to see things coming before they happen. And Burning Man has been almost like a whiteboard upon which global, ideological, revolutionary, progressive plans are made and experimented on, and then they make their way around the globe, even up into elite circles such as Davos, as those might remember from some of our previous follow-ups about Burning Man. But go get on our newsletter. You can check out Canary Cry Radio episode 144, 137, 134, 132, and 78, as well as a couple other supplementary things on the RSS feed and Patreon there. And you will be, I guarantee, you will be more informed about the truth about Burning Man than 99% of the people who claim to have the inside scoop online or IRL. Now, Gons, for those who listen to the Canary Cry News Talk episode, they know it was kind of a strange thing. Last year, there was a disaster where all of the material that I collected at Burning Man was lost, and it still breaks my heart to think about it. And so we really wanted to look for a new way of exploring the data this year. And something strange happened. Something strange happened at Burning Man. Can you even imagine? I really was not planning on doing the research trip this year, but suddenly the tickets, due to economic factors, due to weather, due to even the war in Ukraine in a lot of cases, thousands and thousands of tickets were put on the secondhand market. And when these tickets, they can easily get up to $1,500 per ticket. They were suddenly online on sale for like $100. So I took it as a sign. This year might be a year to go check it out. And if you pay attention to online headlines, certainly you saw that the drama unfolded, which you'll hear more about in this episode as well. But I am, in my work and in my life, there's always a question. Is this something the Lord wants me to do? Is this a place the Lord wants me to go? If obstacles come up, is that a sign from the divine that I am supposed to turn around? Well, I've always lived with the understanding that if the Lord doesn't want me to do something, He will shut the door. Just to have a couple obstacles get in the way, that's not enough for the Lord to keep me out of something I feel He has called me to. In fact, if a door shuts, the door is shut and a new way is open. But just a couple obstacles popping up in the doorway, that's usually the enemy trying to convince you that you were mistaken about what the Lord was calling you to. Now, of course, this year had its own set of obstacles, and there were listeners of the show, producers of the show, who were contemplating whether or not to beg me to not go. But I think that what came out of this year is really important, not just for, a sort of individual report about an individual event, but also the broader picture spanning decades chronologically and spanning the world as we watch it descend into arguably some events and timelines that are relevant to biblical prophecy, Gons.
Yeah, it certainly helps us understand the times and a big chunk of the explanation for what we're seeing in society and culture today.
And with that, this year, we made a point. I did not feel really the call to put out the fundraising attempts to try and gather as much financial support as possible for this undertaking. It was thankfully most of it was quite cheap and taken care of already. But we are still value for value, Gons, which means we try to create as much value as possible. And those who get value from what we do, they're invited. They're invited into the paradigm shift that is the value for value model, which means we take no corporate money whatsoever. We are not connected to the wishes, the will, the corporate policies, the strategies that hinder so many pieces of media, especially online and especially nowadays. But we are entirely funded by people who get value from this show. And, we did have a couple people send in some encouraging words and some finances. But of course, Gons, we call them producers, and executive producers are those who come in and they support any individual episode for $100 or more. And you know what? I wanted to give a big ol' shout out to executive producer of this episode.
Executive producers.
And that is executive producer, Sir, that's right, He's a knight of the Canary Cry Roundtable. Sir Jacob Highline Haas, a knight of the Issachar Pursuit. I really appreciate that, Sir Jacob.
Thank you very much, Sir Jacob, for your executive producership.
Where'd you find this?
And Sir Jacob sent a note with his producership here, and he says, Basil, one ill turn does not deserve another. If there is a way to make that phrase fit the Burning Man situation, then maybe this'll help. The report is only half the equation. The other half is you being there on location planting gospel seeds. And man, that is the most relevant executive producer note, perhaps, in the history of the show. Thank you very much, Sir Jacob Highline Haas, and Knight of the Issachar Pursuit. And if you, dear listener, want to participate in the Valley for Valley model, become one of the team around here, produce the show with your time, your talent, or your treasure, you can learn more about that by going to canarycry.support.
Canarycry.support. Value for value. We take no money from corporations, commies, or cartels.
Well, Gons, do you have anything else to say before we get into the episode here?
I think the people want to get right into it. Jump in.
Jump in. It's time to go. Time to get dusty. Time to get rained on. Time to get stuck in the mud, folks. But more than everything, it's time to get informed about Burning Man 2023. Let's go.
Chapter 1. Basil searching for Carl and the camp of the unknown god.
It's coming to you live from
Burning Man.
Check 1, check 2. Okay, here we are on the roll using a new little recorder device machine. This is your best buddy Basil. I have been riding my bike for about 45 minutes straight now. In the location that I was told that Carl Tygrib in the camp of the unknown god would be. And I have not found them. However, I will not give up. I really hope this wind is not a problem. That's the thing with these little recording devices. I can't monitor them. There, maybe if I cover it like that, that might do the trick. Okay, here I am. There's about a 4-block radius that they said that they would be located. By they, I mean Bob and Carl and Audrey and the whole team. And problem is, 4 blocks in Burning Man terms, that's, I don't know, maybe a total of a mile? Maybe a mile. Maybe a little over a mile. I remember last time they had a sign, and their sign said, Camp of the Unknown God. So I really have only one way of finding them, and that is to either see their face or see their sign. I have yet to say either. So here I am, I'm riding my bike. It currently is Thursday. I arrived basically on Wednesday. Had to set up camp, get acquainted with the situation on Wednesday. Had a couple of issues, but it wasn't too bad. Sort of the normal amount of issues. Excuse me if I run out of breath, because I'm riding a bicycle against the wind. I've gone ahead and started asking the neighbors around here if they have met Carl or heard of the Camp of the Unknown God. So far, no takers. This is becoming a much more difficult task than I was expecting it to be. But I will say this, the theme for this year's Burning Man, Anamalia, which rung so many bells when we first hit it, especially when you see the sort of branding material put together by the Burning Man organization. Very, not just like, we love animals, we love deer and lions. It's like, whoa, wouldn't it be cool if like a lion had antlers and the body of a lizard and the tail of a different kind of lizard? And they're like, yeah, man, that's trippy. Let's go with that. That's cool. Burning Man. And so it's not even that there is like a celebration of the natural animal kingdom. It's more like, again, what's the word? It's like reimagining. If we, as humans, could reimagine, not just in a transhuman sense, what could it mean to be a human? Like, what else could humans be? But it's almost this new thing where it's like, we know what regular animals are, but what is trans animal? What could we imagine that would improve upon the natural world? But it's sort of draped in this veneer of like love of nature, love of whatever, natural world. You get it. But is infected with this sort of transhuman ideology, which, of course, as we spend a lot of time figuring out, is sort of the theme of the elite sort of agenda injection into everyday life, but is now spreading. Like, can nothing just be what it is, the way it was created? Do we have to reimagine every living creature into some more? It's almost like human beings in elite situations are just bored. They're just bored of reality, which, as I'm saying it out loud, is of course what's going on. But I'm bored of reality, bored of regular animals. We gotta reconsider what an animal can possibly be. So here I am, still searching. I've covered maybe a block and a half since we've been rambling. But I'm a little bit afraid. I'm a little bit afraid. What if they didn't put out their sign? What if, I don't know. I don't know what their thing looks like. I talked to Carl, talked to Bob beforehand. Not a whole lot of service. Holy smokes. Huge dust storm. Oh my gosh. My eyeballs. Okay, stopping the bike. Ow. Hold on. Can't see. Yeah, here you go. Here's a live explanation of what it's like to be in a Burning Man dust storm. It's not just windy and dusty, but the dust is basically... Oh no, my sunglasses flew away, and my hat. Oh, disaster. Classic Burning Man disaster. Oh no. Okay, bike's on the ground. Hat's on the ground. Okay. Oh my gosh. Alright, folks, I'm going to take a second here. I'm just going to sit right here. I'm just going to stand. Get all my stuff. Hat's on the head. Glasses on the head. I hope this audio is not horrible. But honestly, I suspect it might be horrible. But I really hope that things are turning out. Oh no! Okay. This is getting bad. Visibility. What time is this? About 5 o'clock in the evening, afternoon. Sun is still bright. Visibility is sitting at about 15 or 20 feet. So not very good. I am not wearing a respirator or a mask right now, which I really should be. But it's really hard to record things with a mask over your mouth, as we all know by now. Alright, I'm now made it to the end of this block, 530 and J. This will be my second time going around. I'm heading towards the outside of Burning Man in order to... Oh, that's strong wind. Oh, that's strong wind, and I can see absolutely nothing. Okay. I'm heading towards the outside of Burning Man. I am now on the very outskirts of Black Rock City. The very farthest one could possibly go. Thank you, Carl and team, for choosing this location for the Camp of the Unknown God. However, it's not a popular spot. There's a fence, a flag fence, kind of like you see in Tibetan prayer flag type of situation. However, it's more of like a circus flag. They're triangular. And the dust, really, all I can possibly do is follow this flag fence. I cannot see anything. Alright. I'm looking, though. So, Can't Be the Unknown God. They got some cool stuff going on this year. They will actually be doing some very solid work collecting some hard data. They are taking surveys of, I believe they're shooting for 500 people to fill out these worldview surveys. Oh, here's a giant bus. Oh, good. Oh, good, yes. As if it wasn't dusty enough before. There is a point where I might just start screaming Carl's name in hopes that he hears me and comes running out to the street in this dust blizzard to meet his best buddy, Basil. Now, I am happy. I did get a chance to leave a recorder out for Bob, who is another team member. However, he is not here at the Camp of the Unknown God, nor is he in Burning Man, but the majority of his ministry... Oh, hold on one second. Here I go. I'm going to ask these people that are looking at me. They're looking at me. You guys met anybody named Carl?
No.
Got any neighbors?
No, not that I know.
Okay, appreciate it. You guys are staying dust-free?
Say that?
You guys are staying clean, dust-free?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look great. Thank you. Oh, you haven't seen a sign for something called the Camp of the Unknown God, have you?
No.
Okay. You know, some people got signs, and God bless them, but sometimes their signs fly away, and you'll never see them again.
Well, I think that there would be a case to be made that the reason that God is unknown
Yes.
is because he doesn't have a sign.
Well, isn't that the fun part, though? At that point, what kind of sign could God send
Wind.
that we wouldn't use? The wind is the sign. The wind is the sign of the unknown God that I should be back in the RV and not riding around like this. Okay. What's your name?
Jim.
Jim. Nice to meet you.
Ian.
Nice to meet you. My name's Basil.
Nice to meet you.
If you just happen to meet a guy named Carl,
How much is it?
honestly, I owe him. This is me trying to repay a debt. It's very difficult, though. All right. Well, blessings. I'll see you guys next time. You'll probably see me go back and forth a couple times. What? All right. You heard it, folks. They did not know Carl. They did not know Camp of the Unknown God. It's that name. The name Camp of the Unknown God inspires conversation, even with some guy out of nowhere. Now, was that a good opportunity to dig deeper and spend more time with Jim and the other person's name, of which, honestly, I did not catch? That might have been a good opportunity. And these are the things, the moments that we are faced with, not just at Burning Man, but just in life in general. Here I am. Oh, I see some sunglasses on the ground. I'm going to stop and get those. Speaking of opportunities. Oh! You may have heard a little squeak. That little squeak. Are these your sunglasses? Okay, he's shaking his head. They're my sunglasses now. Whoa, don't hit this card. Thank you. Anyways, yes, these opportunities to talk to people, that is really one of the core principles of the Camp of the Unknown God. And if I was not in such a state of panic that I cannot find the camp, that would have been a great opportunity to go a little bit deeper into conversation. And now, I will regret not doing that for the rest of my life. But here I go. I'm continuing on the road, looking for a sign a literal sign. Honestly, a divine sign would be great. That would actually make this way easier. So let's just ask for that. Okay, Lord. Here I am. I'm here again. I'm trying to do the thing that I thought I was supposed to do. And I'm looking for this camp, Lord, and you know where this camp is. You know exactly where the camp of the unknown God is located. And you know what? It's up to you, buddy. Thank you for everything. And if you want me to find this camp, you coordinate circumstances in that very special way that you do. Because I would love to continue doing this mission. A funny thing happened. This is just kind of a fun story. Fun little story. I had my phone yesterday. My phone, no service out here. There's never any service out here. Sometimes there's service. It's really, sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. And only God knows why. And my phone had no service. Excuse me. You guys have a neighbor named Carl? Nobody? You have seen a sign that said Camp of the Unknown God?
I got a camp right across here. Is there a camp of Carl?
Camp of Carl? Well,
I don't think it's Carl.
that sounds like a lead. That's a good lead.
Alright, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt. That away.
right here. On the sides of that,
Okay. Oh, that big one.
right there.
Yeah, the
camp
big
of
one.
Something.
Okay, I'll start there.
Okay.
I appreciate that, buddy.
I got nothing for you, buddy.
Yeah,
Have a good time,
I
man.
thank you for the help. What's your name?
My name's Kenny.
Kenny. Nice to meet you. I'm Basil.
Basil.
Yes. If that's him, you're,
Basil's one of my favorites.
You
I
like
love
that? It's good
shit,
stuff,
dude.
huh?
Oh my god, I gotta start growing it. It's so freaking expensive. How come you're so expensive?
you know, it's just high demand, low quantity. It's just simple economics, you know.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I didn't mean to interrupt your
No, it's my
conversation.
neighbors.
Oh, your neighbors.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
from Ukraine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from Ukraine. How much have you talked to them for a while?
Kind of a couple
Just whatever.
conversations,
They're just hanging out, huh? Made it over. Okay. Well, good for them. That's
yeah,
exciting.
they're awesome. They're super sweet.
Yeah.
If you want to just go talk to them, though, I made the mistake of kind of talking about what's going on over there.
That's what I was wondering.
Oh my god, I'm just trying to take it to other places. And
Right.
you could just tell it. Like, I wouldn't go there.
Sore
at all.
subject, not the thing. Not the thing to talk about. Okay. Sounds
Well,
good.
good.
Thanks for the tip,
Well,
buddy.
hey, would you like one of these? They're awesome.
All right. Right on. Well, maybe I'll talk to him. Take it easy, buddy. Thank you so much. Okay. No luck. No luck there. So I was talking about, okay, my phone. My phone, totally fine, no service. But I looked down at my phone, completely black screen, tried to turn it on, no screen, not working, nothing. Dead phone, not battery, just charged it, everyth's fine. Just some sort of demon crawled in there and destroyed my phone, and I started panicking. And the panic partially stemmed from, not just not having a phone. You know, there's a regular panic that comes with not having a phone because we've been programmed to have the spying device on our person at all times. But there's no service out here, so that's not the end of the world. But Carl's address, his address at Burning Man was in that phone, and the screen was black, and it was nothing. I spent like 30, 40 minutes trying to, hold down the buttons and click the other buttons and do a hard reset, all those things. Nothing worked. And I finally stopped, and I go, and I'm panicking because of the failure of Burning Man last year. And to be honest, everybody, I am horrified of the idea of not being able to accomplish the mission this year. And so the phone dying, not being able to find Carl, huge bad thing. And I stopped, and the simplest possible prayer. Hold on, truck going by. I just go, Lord, this is it. If this phone's dead, I have nothing to go off of. Please, I'm here for a reason. I thought this was your reason. If that's the thing, I need this phone back. I take a second, and literally 4 seconds later, I look down, phone's on. Out of nowhere. Mysterious problem, mysterious solution. Only way to describe it is complete miracle. And if anybody tries to tell you that Jesus doesn't do cell phone miracles, they are wrong. They are absolutely wrong. So now, the Lord brought that phone back so I could get Carl's address, and we're gonna need another miracle. So that's what we are all asking for. And even though you guys are listening to this days, maybe even weeks in the future, we are not chronologically united as our human being selves right now. But because God is outside time, and all things and all times are accessible to Him, those who are agreeing with me in the future right now that we are going to find the camp of the unknown God, and we will connect. We will have a successful Burning Man research / ministry trip. Everybody say a good amen right now. And now our time-traveling prayers are going to solve this problem. Oh my gosh, it just got so windy, so dusty. So somebody out there needs to get their act together. Okay, this camp says party. I don't think that's them. I hope they have the same sign. Oh, wait, I see a sign. Is this the sign? It's a sign. What does it say? Baby on board, need fresh water. Please, please, please. Oh, goodness. I should bring some fresh water to these guys. Okay. Alright. I'm going to do that. These guys are apparently in a lot of need of water. I have a hard time believing they brought their actual baby out here. But it's possible. There are children. While I'm at it, while I'm here, riding around, figuring this out, looking for the camp, I guess I can tell you some more stories. So the theme on Anamalia, obviously, hold on one second, let me ask this guy. Hey buddy, you don't have any neighbors named Carl, do you? Not met anybody? What about a sign for Camp of the Unknown God? Heard of that? Man, bad addresses, dude. This is not good. Sorry. Alright, I appreciate that. If you see anybody, if you just happen to see anybody in some miraculous event named Carl or the Camp of the Unknown God, just say, someone was looking for you.
Camp of the Unknown God.
Yeah.
The dudes with the...
That car?
Maybe.
That might be them. I'll head that way.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. What's your name? Savon?
Yeah.
I'm Basil. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Basil.
See you later.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you. Everybody's very nice around here. Very nice. Okay, I'm driving past the same. Guys, I'm getting worried, man. I don't even know. Carl gave me his address 2 days before it started. And here's the thing. You can have a plan to camp in a spot, but before you actually get there, there's no possible way to guarantee, oh, these guys have Starlink. I'm going to remember that. Kind of a little bitter about the Starlink thing, but I'll figure it out. Alright, everybody, I've been rambling for quite some time. Can't remember what I was talking about before I talked to that person. I'm going to have to either widen my search or start screaming Carl's name. Another Starlink. Taunting me. Well, now I know. Now I know who to ask. Wait a second. I might just ask these people. have a password on their Starlink. That is possible. That is very possible. Here I go. I'll pull out my phone. Remember the phone that Jesus healed? Let's see, I got 3G service. Let's go Wi-Fi. Nope, locked. Just out of sheer desperation, I'm going to call Bob. Nope, it's not even giving me an opportunity to do that. Impossible. Nuts! Alright, well, I'm going to finish this lap. I will start recording again if something interesting happens. Pray for me, those in the future, so we can have some time-traveling miracles here. Should I just start screaming Carl? I don't know. Alright, I'll start recording if something exciting happens. Carl! Anybody named Carl out here? Any Carls? Carl. Alright, what I might have to do is find a camp with free Wi-Fi, connect that way. The windstorm is getting a little unbearable. The dust, we've gone down to about 10 feet of visibility. It's very hard to breathe, so I might have to turn off this recording, put on my respirator. Elsewise, I am just sucking in dust all day long. Somebody waved at me. Should I? Okay, I'm gonna turn around. Oh, this is interesting. There's a sign somebody put up that says, maybe the fact that you're looking for a sign is in fact the sign you're looking for. Whoa. Deep, bro. That's the sign. Yeah, I know. The sign is I need a sign. That's the whole point of this whole thing. Where? Okay. Gold. No. Sorry, I'm just saying things that I'm seeing now. Really should have put some more specific work into the pre-production of this thing. Okay, I'll keep you posted if anything happens. Somebody just waved at me. Excuse me. Do you guys have any neighbors named Carl? No Carls. No Carls. No signs for something called Camp of the Unknown God. Nothing.
Oh, none of the camps are in these rows.
I know. You know, it's an unofficial camp.
Because you've been looking on all the other sections.
I'm just, you get an address and it's going to be in some sort of half-a-mile radius.
Sorry.
Oh, you're so sweet. I appreciate that. If you don't mind, can I just cut right down through here? Thank you. You're very sweet. See you. Okay, cutting through. In between the zones. This is nice. You start getting into people's sort of situation. Oh, don't run over their stuff. Alright, here I go. Oh, what are you? I don't think that's them. There's about 100 bottles of booze on a table. I do not think that is Carl Teichert with the Camp of the Unknown God. Oh, here's some couches. Couches are promising. Ministry happens on couches. Wait, this looks familiar. Hold on. Carl! No Carls. Nobody's responding. This truck reminds me. Oh, that's from Arizona. Carl doesn't have an Arizona license plate. bring me to where I must be. Guide me.
2 hours later.
The rain has fallen. The mud has formed. I've now been walking for 2 hours to try to make it to the camp of the unknown God. I am somewhere around 5:30 and 8, which is where I was told they would be. But it's always a mystery for going to be able to find them. I'm coming up. I don't know what I will do if I cannot find them. I'm looking back and forth. Let's see here. No, that's not them. Just looking back and forth. The music is still blaring. You can see I'm now being followed by an art car. It is a gigantic silver something or other.
Basil survives the giant silver thingy. Chapter 2, Convo with Carl and Bob.
Welcome to the camp of the unknown God.
Hey, your best buddy Basil. And if you hear any weariness or dreariness, it's because we are just a couple days after Burning Man has ended and we escaped the swamp that was Flooding Man? Mudding Man? I don't know. There are so many different names given to this year, which we will get into. We've had about a day to rest, and now I am in Cedarville. Oh, yeah. Do you mind if I say we're in Cedarville? Yeah, okay. We are in Cedarville, California, just a mere 3 or 4 hours away from the Black Rock Desert. And I'm sitting here with Carl Tykrib. You know him well if you've been listening to us for any amount of time, and Bob Worley. And both of these fellas are part of the team that is the Camp of the Unknown God. And we will talk a little bit about that mysterious and ever question-raising name, whether you're sitting in a pew or rolling around in the dust. Everybody has questions, and it's almost like that was the whole point. But we have a post-burn interview here with two of the main men who are doing some very interesting things orbiting around Burning Man, and they've been doing it for quite some time. So we'll start out by saying hello to Carl Tykrib. Hello, Carl.
Hey, good day, good day. Good to be here.
And Bob Worley. What's up, Bob?
Hey, everything's up, man. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, I'm so happy to do it. We've actually, I don't know if we've ever had you on the show, Bob, but we've certainly known each other, at least by voice and text message, for a few years now.
I ran into you in 2018.
You did? Okay, yes.
I wasn't sure if you had your beard or not.
No, I know. It gets hot out there. It gets hot out there. I did forget the beard this year. So I'm going to jump right into it because in my work, the weird niche genre of Christianity and authoritarian skepticism and secular side-eyeing of what's going on in the world. When we say that we're going to Burning Man, or even if we just are talking about Burning Man, we have such an endless array of criticisms, mostly from Christians. And I think it's important for all of us to over the next hour or so, learn exactly why 2 or 3 or however many God-fearing, respectable Christian men and women would be going off into the desert, which with the hedonistic hippies who are rolling around. So first, I want to say, Carl, why don't you tell us who you are, what you've been doing, and what does that have to do with Burning Man?
Well, first of all, there are no hippies at Burning Man.
The first secret of Burning Man is there are no hippies at Burning Man.
That's right. I've never run into one yet. Ran into a lot of programmers and doctors and
tech bros.
Oh my word, yes. Folks from government offices.
A lot of government people.
Lots. People don't recognize or realize that. But I've never actually ran into hippies.
It's almost as if the narrative that Burning Man is sort of a hippie event is almost its own kind of psychological operation.
It kind of is, isn't it?
It's very interesting.
Yes, yes. In fact, I remember in 2017 rolling by a camp, and they had couches on the esplanade right along the very edge of the playa, and they had signs and megaphone, and they were yelling at me as I was riding my bicycle by, yelling out, "Where are the hippies? Where are the hippies?" And they had signs and placards. There's no hippies here.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because this year we actually had some climate activists show up to block the road going into Burning Man, and it confused a lot of people in the media because they're like, why are the hippies mad at the other hippies? What's going on here?
Get off the highway. This is a state route. Everybody will be arrested if not. 30 seconds. Send your leader to my vehicle. Let's talk. Get off the road.
Get out now! Get out! On the ground! All of you on the ground now!
I just wanted to quickly interject and mention that there is a flag that these protesters are waving as part of their protest, and it is actually the flag of the planet Earth that was proposed back in 2015. I remember reporting about this because there was a lot of media attention at the time. Of course, there have been many planet Earth flags proposed, but this particular one, the International Flag of Planet Earth, designed and proposed by Oscar Pernefeld, did get the attention of the media. And so I think it's an interesting example of how some kind of proposed piece of art or anything, a symbol, can be picked up by the mainstream media and the greater institutions and trickle down into people that are well-meaning but radicalized and indoctrinated into a certain set of beliefs that get them riled up enough to protest and try to block people from getting into Burning Man, which, depending on where you stand on it, could seem like a good thing or whatever. But bottom line, they're waving the international flag of planet Earth that was proposed in 2015. Just something I wanted to note as we go through all of this stuff.
Get on the ground! We're not violent! Get on the ground! Oh, we're not violent! Please! Molly, give me your last name and date. So who's threatening to get the gun?
No one has a gun. No one has a gun.
We have no weapons at all.
Officer, will you tell me where you
We're environmental protesters.
I was so happy about that blockade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me everything you think
from
about.
a totally different perspective. Every burn I've gone into has always been like a 6, 8, 9, 10. I can't remember, Bob. What was our 2018 wait in line? 11 hours?
Yeah, it was 9 to 11 hours.
Yeah, I'm used to that. These long, crazy lines waiting to get in. This one, we entered the playa. I was with our friends Brian and Audrey Vanderclay, who are also a part of the team. We enter the playa, and we drive right up to the gate. We didn't stop once. And I get there, and I am confused. I mean, I'm bewildered.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, first of all, the playa is the desert. It's the dry lake bed. You go from asphalt onto the lake bed, and you're officially on the playa. And from the asphalt of the road to the entrance of Burning Man, the gates, it's 8 miles, right? 8 miles of just cones and flags set up to guide you in the right direction, but basically nothing.
Right, and usually it's wall-to-wall vehicles.
Yeah, it's an 8-mile traffic jam, and it's at least 4 to 6 lanes that they will have open.
Right.
4 to 6 lanes, 8-mile Southern California, LA style traffic jam, but instead of like Teslas and Audis, it's 20-year-old RVs and all that kind of stuff.
Art vehicles, it's
right?
All there. You see it all. But so I get to the desert and it blows me away, as I said, because I had no weight. I get up to the gate and I was like, dude, what's going on? Like, where is everybody? Is the event canceled? Like, I'm waiting for my 9-hour wait time, you know? So he said, yeah, some accident or something. They didn't know. And here it turned out it was the climate activists, the anti-capitalist climate activists, blockading the southern route to Burning Man, which of course brings in all the folks from Reno, San Francisco, LA, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and just kept the northern route open, which is the direction we're coming from Cedarville, California. And so it was like, we caught a huge break, which was really cool.
Where were the activists?
I don't know. Somewhere in your neck of the woods.
Yeah,
somewhere
so it must have been
somewhere in the Pyramid Lakes area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Where the activists were?
Yeah, is that where they were, Bob?
The activists were going northbound on the 447 past the Nixon Reservation.
Right.
And they kept it on tribal land, thinking that they
could avoid some law enforcement.
Right.
But turns out that tribal rangers are just as eager for action than the feds around Black Lives Matter. BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. Yeah, because I guess the story is that a tribal ranger rammed into their blockade. They had put a trailer or something in the way and actually pulled his weapon on one of them. And it's like this whole thing, which is really interesting considering, they're climate activists. And you'd think the tribal ranger would be some sort of,
comrade,
caricature of native, I don't know, spiritual climate thing.
Yes. Yeah. Crazy.
Not so much luck there, climate activists.
But back to your original question. You asked who I am, what I do.
Yeah, forgot. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's all cool. I sidetracked with the whole hippie thing. I'm an author. I'm a researcher, and I've been doing this full-time since 1997, dealing at kind of researching at the crossroads of culture, politics, global governance specifically, religion, interfaithism, and to some extent technology. I was one of the early Christian researchers on transhumanism. So I've been diving into the realm of United Nations and global agendas, global patterns for a long time. And then, golly, I think it was like 2007 or 2008, I was like, Carl, there has to be a cultural expression of the sense of globalization. Because I've been to the United Nations, I've been to global governance events, I've been to world government meetings, I've been to all kinds of crazy stuff, witchcraft events, all kinds of nutty things. And I'm like, what would that be? And I had known about Burning Man for a long time. And it didn't take long, and in digging into it a bit, doing some homework, I realized, okay, this is too important, and I have overlooked this far too long. And somehow, Bob, I can't remember how you and I hooked up together. You might remember.
Oh, yeah, we were on a Facebook page of Jackie Alnor. I'll mention her name.
Right.
Because she was crucial in us meeting. And I had answered a question about witnessing to these people, because they were getting cosmic doom by some of the people posting. And you contacted me and said, wow, you go to Burning Man. And then we both ended up going in 2017 and met for the first time at Burning Man.
So, Bob, you're kind of responsible for getting Carl to go to Burning Man, which probably means you're responsible for me going to Burning Man, too.
Well, I don't know about responsibility on that. Carl
I don't want to take responsibility.
I would say that Carl and I are like in that Star Trek movie. We go where no other Christians have gone before.
Yeah,
right. And I've been going since 1996, and I have went back and forth over Burning Man, and I've found no gospel being preached at all. I never found that. And so with Carl, we met, boom, it took off.
You know, it's really weird because I grew up in the church, been surrounded, done all evangelism opportunities that have ever been handed to me, been in places where I wasn't there to evangelize and was happy to see that somebody else was there doing it, you know, in my stead. And everywhere you go, you know, you see evangelists doing their thing. Sometimes they're doing it well, sometimes they're not. Sometimes you're proud to have them there, sometimes it's kind of embarrassing. But now, having been to Burning Man 4 times now, I am astounded that I have never once run into an evangelist at Burning Man, with you guys being the exception. And it's so interesting because I went around a bit this Burning Man and had my recorder with me, had your guys' survey questions with me. Cool. And I thought, I'm going to get some audio of people answering these questions. It's going to be very interesting. And these questions are, you know, religious questions, more or less. And there was one person who, the second I asked about anything religious, ran up, wasn't even in the group at the time, was standing away, ran up and said, "He's gonna preach to you, watch out, he's gonna preach." And I'm like, oh my goodness. Have you ever seen somebody, like, I have never seen somebody, evangelize, or I've never, you know, been approached, I've never seen it, I'm not going to say it's never happened there, but it's not very common. And certainly never seen anybody preaching at Burning Man. And I could see how a Christian who would already feel unwelcome in this place, if there's an ounce of fear or an ounce of doubt or something that is not 100% abandonment to the courage of Christ, this is not a place for you to be. Like, they are ready to pounce at any moment. And I think is an interesting situation to set up for what both of you are doing here, both accomplishing sort of different goals, doing things, maybe the same goal in different ways. You know, it just, that doesn't matter. You get it. But one of those things being that you really are, your focus, Bob, is the evangelism side of it. And I want to get really deep into that in a second, because we got to finish hearing who the heck Carl is, for those who have missed.
I want to know who I've been hanging out with.
I'm kind of curious myself.
This is an NPR. It takes us a while to answer questions here. Back to who you are, Carl.
Yeah, for sure.
You met Bob. Bob helped facilitate your first.
And you know, our first burn was 2017, and I was writing my book, Game of Gods, at that point in time. The subtitle for my book, and it was already a working subtitle, and it became the sticking subtitle, is The Temple of Man in the Age of Re-enchantment, which is a subtitle I pulled from attending Burning Man, or being ready to attend Burning Man that year. Because Burning Man in 2017, the theme was radical ritual, and the man, for the first time, and it was a controversy on the playa, but then it fit very well, the man was put in his own temple. And so it was literally the Temple of Man, and Burning Man is a representation of the age of re-enchantment, this sense of wonder and purpose and direction in this now post-Christian, post-secular, new mythological age.
Yeah.
And Burning Man really is both secular and mystical all at the same time. It really combines both. And that's something that was, again, it really hit home going back again just this last week and seeing both this secular component of, and that came out with the surveys, how many of them were atheists or agnostic, and yet at the same time, everywhere you went, you would run into forms of spirituality, forms of religion, symbolism that harkens back to even to Christianity, especially this year with the Chapel of Babel, the big Tower of Babel that was set up where Larry Harvey was literally standing, his cutout was standing above the entrance into the Tower of Babel, and Larry Harvey, of course, being the founder of Burning Man.
Yeah.
So it was this very raw combination of all of these working components, and that's one of the things that drew my attention to Burning Man. This was not just simply a party in the desert. If that's what your thoughts are, you're missing the big picture.
And you see a lot of people referring to it as hippies partying in the desert, which both of those things are incorrect.
Right.
Even in the mainstream media, you'll see references to hippies partying in the desert. And again, it's so blatantly not just wrong, but 100%, 180 degrees in the wrong direction,
right,
which signals to me that it's a purposeful misdirection, because both through your work and my interactions with you and my experiences at Burning Man have really informed this idea that I think Christians are really getting wrong nowadays, which is it is not Christianity and the secular world. It's not Christianity and, the godless flesh people. It's not quite that easy. And growing up, I've been a Christian now for 30-something years, and it was always described as there is the godly people, and then there is the other people with no God. And that is almost entirely wrong, because you think people with a secular worldview, secular experience, secular identity, these types of things, we think of it as just an absence of God, specifically the Christian God. But what Burning Man really shows you is there is an entire mythology that people are living under, with, and for at the same time. There is a religion, is a spirituality, is a mythology, in your very wise words, a re-enchantment, an enchant. People are living sort of very spiritual or magical lives. And even if they don't have the words to describe what they are doing, they might just say I'm agnostic or say I'm atheist, meaning there's no interaction with the divine. They are performing as if they are this sort of ancient priesthood of some god force or pantheon even, and in very literal ways.
Yes.
They are living this sort of like ancient religious life.
Right. Secularism is really nothing more, and this isn't my take. It is my take, but I didn't come up with this. Secularism is really a pause between one dominant religious perspective fading away or being removed and put to the background, which is the Judeo-Christian worldview in the Western world, and the adoption of a new religious way of thinking, a new dominant religious paradigm. And so secularism becomes this in-between period, or this pause, where it's being wrestled through. And so Burning Man really represents this, because you see, the only thing that is mocked in terms of religion at Burning Man is Christianity. And this is something I brought up with a gentleman this last week. I was like, and he was part of the DPW, the Department of Public Works, had a long conversation, and I'm like, dude, what gives? I mean, I'm a Christian. I made it very clear where I stood. We had a good conversation, told him about my book and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what gives? You don't mock Buddhism here. I've never seen you mock Ganesha or Islam or any other religion. I don't see you mocking the Baha'i. But everywhere I turn, you mock Christianity. And he was actually taken aback by that. And he was almost a little bit confused for a moment, and to the point of going, I almost now have to rethink some things, because I didn't realize that it was that in your face. And I'm like, as a Christian, it is in my face. And he's going, wow, that's something I never really noticed before. Well, of course he hadn't, because he's right in the thick of it, and he's not a Christian. It doesn't impact him. As a Christian myself, I'm going, oh yeah, they're mocking Christ all over the place,
right?
And openly. How can you not see this? But when
it's like a virtue.
Yes,
it's a virtue if you are mocking Christians at Burning Man,
right?
Can I break in for 1 second?
Yeah.
Because I want the audience to know one thing. What Carl is saying now, it's called a discussion. And that's what you got to do out there. You're not out there with a bullhorn. What you're doing is having a reasonable defense for the faith, and utilizing what Carl just said makes people think, long lasting.
Right, Bob, that is so important. We have to have Christians come to the realization that this is not a place where you're going to be using a cookie cutter way of doing evangelism. It is instead having conversations. It's not just simply sharing and running away. You're entering, and you've done this, Bob. I've watched you do this over and over, and you do this very, very well. You go in, you have a conversation, you share, you spend time with them, you sit around the camp with them, or they come and sit around the camp with you. And one of the perspectives, and this is important for me, back in 2017, Basil, I watched Bob, this man, do this, where he would tell them, look, you are my brother in Adam. After the end of a big conversation, and then he would say, but I want you to be my brother in Christ. And that hit me because I'm like, that's it.
Starting from that point, I mean, being brothers in Adam, in an objective connection with the human you're talking to, an inherent connection. You know, there tends to be this idea with the less open-minded Christian folk. Of course, I'm here with a couple Christian guys who go to Burning Man. But there are Christians out there who would like to believe that they have absolutely nothing in common with someone who goes to Burning Man. And I think that is something that encourages a lot of the responses that all three of us have experienced with people who hear about the types of work that we do out there. Is oftentimes when I get the criticism about coming in contact with people out there, or the group or the event itself, what I'm hearing from those Christians is, I would like to believe that I have nothing in common, or I have no connection with the other people out there. But starting from that, we are brothers in Adam, that's something we can all agree on. And it's something that even a secular person, for lack of a better word, when they hear that, it's nice. It's a nice thing to hear, you know? I don't know what that means. I think I barely know who this Adam you're referring to is, but I think I get it. What a nice thing. And then to take it that step further as a desire of yours, instead of, you know, a risk that they're taking not accepting Christ, but like a desire that you have to be even closer with your brother. I think that's a very powerful way of doing it.
Yeah. And Bob, again, Basil, I learned from Bob with this. And so I don't even know, Bob, if I told you this. 2 weeks before, I was at the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago, and you knew that. I went to something called the Cosmic Mass at the Parliament, and it was a 2.5 hour long ritual. There was communion, there was wine, there was bread. All of it was a blasphemy. All of it was a mockery. And I'm just standing off to the side. I'm not participating. I'm watching all this. I'm taking pictures. I'm documenting it. And they had different little exercises people had to do. And that included walking up to each other and then bowing, namaste, the God in me recognizes the God in you, and declaring to each other, I see you as divine. And I'm just standing off in the background. I'm not going to participate. Oh, I had 3 ladies come to me, each one of them coming to me and saying, bowing and saying, "You are divine." And I took a cue from your use of that idea of, "You are my brother in Adam." And I told each of those ladies, and it shook them. I watched it shake them, like physically shake them, not in a bad way, but you could tell it hit them at their core. In one case, I put my hand on one of the ladies' shoulder, and I said, you looked them in the eye, and I said to them, "I'm going to tell you something different. I see your humanity, and you are a daughter of Eve." And there was a pause, and they just shook.
Yeah.
Because for the first time, maybe, they just had a piece of truth pierce into them. They're not divine. I'm not divine. Don't put that burden on me. So it was awesome.
Are you aware of the term LARP? LARPing?
No.
So LARPing is an acronym for live action role play.
Okay.
And the term starts with kind of this Dungeons and Dragons fantasy kind of thing, where groups of people will go off into the forest and pretend to be wizards and knights and things like that. But now it's been applied sort of more broadly outside of that setting. Live action role play can kind of describe, in a sense, things as broad as like mass social movements. It was used a lot during the 2020 riots, where the idea was that they are out protesting for George Floyd, but really it's just a bunch of kids who want to go break stuff, so they LARP as protesters. And this, in sort of the philosophical sense, can refer to someone. Maybe they like the idea of being divine. They like the idea of being part God or something. And so they just kind of LARP it. They live as if it is true. They tell people it's true. It's just it's kind of this postmodernism type of way of going through life. And, there are people, if somebody has like devoted their life to Buddhism and is wearing the saffron robes and something, I wouldn't call that a LARP. They're very much doing that. But the teacher from Des Moines who goes to Burning Man and then drinks with their buddies on the weekends, it's a little bit more of a LARP. I kind of I'm going to
I can see where
play this
yep.
role of that I am divine and you're divine and namaste, homie. Yep. But there's this thing that, like, when you not call out, but when you refer to the fact that somebody is LARPing, or you say something that is counter to the role they're trying to play, it kind of has this glitching effect, because suddenly they're confronted with a reality that isn't the one that they've been LARPing. And so far, everybody in their life has been playing along with them. Right. You put yourself in a position, you have the friends, you tell your family, whatever, that you're playing this role, and everybody says, okay, sure, we will treat you that way, or whatever. But then when confronted with somebody who, not even in a mean way, or not in a malicious way, or whatever, just says, I'm not playing this game that you're playing, busting them out of this LARP, it kind of glitches where they suddenly have an encounter with reality that, kind of like you said, the response that these ladies was having, they're like, they don't know necessarily what to do or what to say. Right. They don't even necessarily fight about it, because, if you told me I'm not Gandalf, I wouldn't necessarily get mad about it, but I'd be like, what's going on? We all agreed that I'm Gandalf. Treat me like I'm Gandalf. So anyways, it's a very long explanation to give, which I think is kind of a mechanism that a lot of people are living their entire lives LARPing. Right. And to a degree, there's some of that in Burning Man. But the idea that everybody goes to Burning Man and it's not permanent makes the whole thing a little less LARPy. But there's a mechanism that is so prevalent right now that people can LARP whatever they want, and everybody around them has to agree with it. And it's so consistent that they almost never come into contact with the real world anymore. You know, you saw some of this during COVID and stuff, but that's another podcast episode. Anyways, very interesting. There's me rambling for a while.
No, that's fine. But I mean, it fit. And that was a takeaway that I took from Bob, using that perspective to remind them that there is a common humanity. And I think it's really important that we remind our fellow Christians, because as you were just alluding to, and I mean, Bob's experienced this, you've experienced it, I've experienced it on social media with people right face to face, upset that we're going to Burning Man, upset that we could even consider walking in, in amongst that crowd. And it sometimes is quite shocking, some of the accusations or some of the pushback. And yet at the same time, at least for myself, I haven't had any way pushback when I'm going to the United Nations or I'm going to some other research event. My goodness, that hasn't happened.
Right.
Or even the last time I was in the United States, this is the first time in 3.5 years, thank you to Trudeau and Mr. Biden. But the last time I was in the U.S., I was at the largest gathering of witches in the world, indoor gathering. Nobody, there's no pushback. But all of a sudden, Burning Man is like, how can you do that? I mean, honestly, in my gut, I'm going, how can you walk into Walmart? It's the same people with the same worldview. They're just not living it out. That's all.
Yeah.
Chapter 3, The Research.
Let's talk about your research.
Yeah, sure.
Tell us about your research from the past, and what was the goal this year? What would you get into this year?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this is like yourself, my fourth burn. And then I also participated very heavily in the virtual burns in 2020 and 2021. Enough so that I was intentionally looking at a couple of the camps and having conversations with a few of the camp leads who were involved in building some of the virtual setups. So that was really, really interesting. And then I've also been to some regionals, and I've been to a pile of other similar related events, both in the virtual space and outside the virtual space. And of course, if you've read my book, there's an entire chapter devoted to the background behind Burning Man, its global reach, etc., etc. The research, so this year I did social surveys. We conducted approximately 400. I need to count them. I think it's over 400 surveys. I was hoping to hit 5, but hey, 400 is not too bad for one guy and 2 assistants, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was very good.
Yeah, and for the most part, the surveys were very well received. I did surveys at the Man. Audrey and I did that together. Very well done at the Man. People wanted to do it for the most part. I did surveys at the airport. We did surveys, Brian did them, and I did them at separate times at Center Camp. People were far less receptive at Center Camp. And then I went to the waffle camp. I think it was closer to the 9 o'clock zone. And I just kind of stumbled in because it was waffles. And of course, you could have stopped for waffles. And I had a big feed of waffles. And then I ended up talking to the camp lead because they had so many people coming in, like piles of people from all over. It was, again, a really good communal setting to do surveys. I didn't want to just run off to district and do surveys, because then I'd just have a certain demographic, or at other camps I have catered to certain functions, because I wanted it to be more communal. I wanted to try to have a better representation. So it ended up the waffle camp was perfect. What was kind of weird was when I was asking the lead if I could do the surveys in his camp, the girl across from him, across the table, eating a waffle, was like, she says, "Are you Carl?"
Oh, really?
I said, "Yeah." I did your survey yesterday. One of your friends was doing the survey and was telling me all about your book and on and on. And she's telling the lead, even before he gives me permission, she's like, you got to have this guy do your surveys here. And you need to pay attention to this and on and on. And he's like, yeah, dude, you can do all the surveys you want. Just don't bother the cooks making the waffles. So I ended up, I think I got 60 surveys done in an hour and a half or 2 hours at the waffle camp.
Wow, that is great.
It was fantastic.
That's so fun. You know, I mean, that was an interesting part. So, I had a hard time connecting with you guys.
Right.
Once again, we'll do better coordination next time. Which
we'll have to meet in Gerlach and come in together.
Which I think we said last time. But
that's right.
We'll do it again. But my goodness. I was doing some audio versions of your survey. I'd walk up to people and just to get some flavor. And everybody was incredibly enthusiastic. Loved answering these questions. Loved talking. Loved getting into it. And, I mentioned like Camp of the Unknown God, taking some, tracking some religious and spiritual trends of Burning Man, this kind of thing, stuff like that. And they were just so excited. Again, you could see that sort of civic responsibility.
They want to participate.
They want to participate.
Right. People want to tell you what they're thinking.
Right. Yeah. They're probably there more than ever, but I mean, and especially when it was about this material, religious and spiritual material.
Yeah. And I designed the surveys in such a way that didn't give away a certain perspective. I don't want that. I actually want raw data.
Yeah.
I'm doing research. Basil. I'm so sorry. Gons, strike that out. You're the man with the editor. Yes. I'm so sorry, Basil. I've done that to you before, too. And I've done it probably to Gons with your name. Oh, my goodness. Anyways. But that's what real research is.
Yeah.
This is not just reading something off the internet. That's information. This is taking the time to find something deeper behind the information.
Right.
To dig into what they're actually thinking. And so it was good. I mean, in terms of percentages, of course, I need a much higher percentage for me to really feel good about the survey. But even 400 plus isn't too bad.
Yeah.
Earlier this summer, I did surveys at a regional burn and surveyed 10% of 1,000 attendee regional. And I did find regionals to be more, even more enthusiastic and more friendly towards the surveys. I had a number of people turn me down, though I had by far more people than not who were super excited doing it, and even expressed afterwards how this made them think.
Yeah,
which was really cool. But there was one group, worse than sparkle ponies, one group who I wanted to chastise, and I wanted to walk to the Rangers headquarters and chew them out, because I approach Rangers a number of times when they're off duty, when they're on duty, and then when they're even in the process of changing, and when I know they're not doing anything.
Right.
Like I'm cognitive, I'm watching them. Every single Ranger turned me down, whether on duty or off duty, whether they were. Now I never approached them when they're ever busy.
Right.
Always did it when they were sitting down, taking a bit of a break, doing whatever. I'm sorry. There was no immediacy, no participation.
Right.
The 10 principles, dudes, you all got Fs.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I thought to myself, I would have more problems with the sparkle ponies. And some of the sparkle ponies just turned their nose up and kept walking.
Right.
But I also had them stopping as well. It was the Rangers who I found out are the real sparkle ponies.
You gotta define sparkle ponies.
Yeah, I've been holding myself back from jumping in and defining.
All right, Basil, go for it.
Oh, you tell us.
No.
Okay. So sparkle pony is a name. I think it's contested whether it's derogatory or not.
It can go both ways.
Yeah, it's kind of the name for someone who shows up to Burning Man with their outfits
and that's basically it.
Yes.
They're not.
And usually they're hot females.
They're usually hot females, or it's kind of the influencer types.
Yep.
Somebody is listening here. You see the pictures of the Instagram influencer types at Burning Man. Those are the sparkle ponies. They're not necessarily holding to the 10 principles. They're not necessarily self-reliant. They don't really participate in their civic responsibility. They're kind of just there to take pictures. And they're usually staying in an RV provided to them by some rich guy.
That's right.
For the
basically.
most part. Yeah.
I've run into sparkle ponies at Gerlach wanting to get in, and they'd come up to me and they'd say, "We would do anything to get into Burning Man."
Yep.
And I said, start witnessing to them. And they're turned off by that.
Not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Right, exactly.
And there's your ticket. So, I don't know, Bob, if you remember, but in 2017, maybe I shouldn't talk about this on air. I don't know. But, okay, there's something about Burning Man. There's a lot of whimsy and play.
Right.
That's one of the things I actually appreciate about the culture. There's some good takeaways.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them for me is the importance of art and understanding the purpose of art, but also just that aspect of whimsy and play.
Yeah.
In 2017, we had a guy come up to our camp, and I still have the bling, and he gave me a I can't even say it, a sparkle pony hunting permit.
That's hilarious. That is very funny. Oh my God.
Sparkle Ponies. Chapter 4, The Survey.
So the surveys were cool.
What were you what are you trying to find out? What's the purpose of the surveys? What's your focus for research this year?
Okay, so every one of the surveys I have done have commonalities. And this is the first time I've been trying to do the survey at the Big Burn versus the regionals. I really want to have a sense of where the people have been coming from a religious, spiritual point of view. Their answers actually indicate a lot of things. I want to understand their core worldview positions on a few topics. And then on the backside, some I'll just quickly read off a little bit off that survey.
Yeah.
Number one, of course, you have your basic demographics. Gender is male, female, or other. Age, all the way up to 65. You have little boxes you can check off. And by the way, this is an older crowd.
Hey everybody, your buddy Basil here. I'm here. I'm going to be surveying some of the citizens of Black Rock City here to participate in the research of Carl Teichert and the Camp of the Unknown God here at Black Rock City. I have here the questions on the survey that will be conducted hopefully on about 500 people, and I figured I should probably see if I can get some answers to the survey myself. Now, where to do this? That is the question. I have gone through many iterations of how exactly I should do this recording. One of them is just random people on the street walking to and fro. The other is go to an event or a hangout or a bar or something here at Black Rock City. Problem is, it's very loud, not very good for recording, and people are not necessarily in the state of mind to give clear answers on some of these survey questions. So I have done the impossible and found the perfect place to find survey participants, and that is at the porta potties. Yes, the porta potties, the subtle silence, the peace that comes from standing in line and to use a row of porta potties, 50 porta potties long. Now, people obviously are arriving with some sort of urgency, but when they're done, and they are so relieved that they are no longer inside of the porta potties, perhaps that will be the time to ask them to participate in the survey. We will see. This is going to be a very interesting experience. I'll set the scene. It is currently 11:30 in the evening, 11:30 on Sunday night. There's an air of disappointment in the air because neither the man nor the temple have been burned due to the rain apocalypse paired with a mud apocalypse. That's right, it's a double pandemic of unfortunate situations. I'm currently sloshing through a couple inches of mud, extraordinarily uncomfortable walking conditions. I do have my boot has rubbed a hole straight through my foot. I am limping like some sort of injured animal. And hopefully this will inspire enough pity for people to stop and talk to me. So, here we go. How to spot the willing participants is the question. Let me see here. It is pretty much pitch black. Everybody around me is wearing their lights, colored lights, dancing in front of the porta potties. We've got Christmas lights, we've got LED lights, we've got headlamps, we've got everybody with a singular purpose, and that is to use the porta potties. Let's see how this goes. Excuse me, guys. Do you got a second?
Yes.
Just 1 second. My name's Basil.
One.
That's no. I didn't know we had a counter.
Well, you asked. You specifically said one.
I appreciate the sort of straightforward. So I'm here with a research team actually, and I'm just doing some quick surveys, and I got a couple questions for everybody. First of all, how many burns have you been to? Like, is this your first time? Are you veterans? 11. That's a high number. Okay, here's a question. How many burns have you been to? Is this anybody's first time?
2 first-timers.
3 first-timers.
Your first time. I wouldn't have guessed. Okay, 10. We got a 10 years here. 4 here. Very good. 1, another. Okay, first timer. Here we go. How many burns have you been to?
9.
9. Okay, so you kind of know what you're doing.
Some days.
Some days, yeah. I mean, you've got this staff that has lights on it, and
This is Bob.
Bob. He's got his goggles on. Oh, he is a skull. He is a
He is a skull.
So this is your husband. I don't want to assume.
Yes.
Pretty much. Okay,
Yeah.
Bob looking good. So you can answer for Bob if you want to. Citizens of Nose Waxing Line. My name is Basil. I am here with a team of researchers. We come every year. We track the spiritual and religious trends of the Burning Man community. May I ask you some questions? Would you like to talk with me? An official Burning Man. No, I'm not official Burning Man anything, but I'm here to ask questions. Okay. So, first of all, how many Burning Men have you been to? Newcomers? Virgins? First-timers?
I've been to 11.
11. Second. Okay, 11 is a number I hear so often doing this. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I guess it
magic
makes
number.
sense. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks this is all 18-year-old kids. No. 18-year-old kids can't afford this.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that's the
Say
bottom line.
Probably, what do you think? 40 plus on average?
I think 30, the medium is 36.
36? Okay. Yeah.
Political identifiers. How do you politically identify? Anarchist, communist, conservative, Democrat, Green, Labor, liberal, libertarian, Marxist, socialist, Republican, other. Then the stuff that really matters is the religious philosophical positions. So I really brought this down in terms of what I did at regionals. I had a much larger list at the regionals of religions and philosophical positions you could hold, from atheist, agnostic, Buddhist, Christian, on it goes all the way to Wicca, and you could put down as past or as present.
Oh,
and this is where it gets interesting, because you see over and over past Christian, past Christian, past Christian, now Wiccan, now Unitarian, now Mormon, now New Age. And I was surprised how many Mormons I ended up surveying.
Huh.
Okay. That's way
Interesting.
more than I realized. That was a cool takeaway. Really interesting takeaway. The other thing that was an interesting takeaway is past Christian, and then how many other religions they were checking off, which tells me that they are seeking.
Right.
They are diving into...
You mean like one person will say,
Right.
previously Christian,
and now ticking off 8 different things
Got
present.
it. Yeah.
And then adding extras sometimes on the side. That is telling me, and especially I see this a lot, that there is, within the culture, a certain percentage of the people who are desperately seeking and searching. They've dropped Christianity and now are dipping their toes into everything and anything. So that's important for us to begin to wrestle with and understand.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, is it okay if I record these answers for research purposes? You don't need to identify yourself. Well, I can get into the thing here. It's anthropological census. So there's a couple of questions. I can get right into it. I'm going to start with religion and philosophical positions. Does anybody here have any strong feelings towards religion or philosophical positions? If I could give you some examples. Pagan, Hindu, Islam. We got a pagan? Okay, good. Judaism, New Age, Taoism, Wicca. Perfect.
What about luminaries?
All correct answers. Luminaries is on the list.
It is.
Yeah, you win the prize, actually. I was waiting for luminaries. How's your burn been going so far? I am with a group who is doing research. We do research every year on sort of the spiritual and religious trends going on here at Burning Man. Would you mind if I talk to you for a second and ask a few questions? Okay, totally anonymous. It's all good. I am recording all of us, just audio, if that's cool. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. My gosh. You guys are helping me out so much.
Yay!
All right, ready?
Yeah.
This is it. So we ask people about the religion, spirituality, and what that kind of means to them here. We hear all sorts of answers. I'm going to start with some of the survey questions, just so we can know what file to put you in. Does that sound good?
Do you mind if I crack open a beer?
Please do.
I just realized I'm kind of dehydrated.
Yes, no, actually taking this survey is way easier with a beer.
I'll take the survey.
There you go. The survey. Oh my gosh, what a funny person.
Hi, we're taking a survey.
We found someone. We can do a group survey just real quick. You're helping me out. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we're just starting out the big, broad, general one. Does anybody have, identifiable religious or spiritual categories that you're in? You know, the usual, like Christian, atheist, agnostic, Buddhist,
You have cheerful
pagan.
nihilist down.
Say that one again?
Cheerful nihilist.
That's on the list. Yes, that's a good one. Okay, you're going in the cheerful nihilist category. Anybody else?
Kind of like a pantheon kind of a vibe here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pantheon, like an ancient pantheon or like a pagan
Exclusive
pantheon?
Greek gods.
No, more
Oh.
like a pagan. Like I believe in the universe and all the gods that have been before.
Yeah,
Kind of a thing.
love it. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Now, as far as spirituality or religion, is there a category, a defined category with which you identify? The usual Christian, Islam, Judaism. We've also got Wicca, Unitarian, Transhuman, Taoism, any of those sort of identifiable things.
Not religious.
Okay.
Spiritual.
Spiritual, not religious. That's a category. We got her. What about Bob?
Bob is, I think,
Divine? That's
Definitely.
what he is. He's
For
divine. Yeah. Does anybody identify as any, spiritual category? Sorry, religious category. This can be agnostic, atheist, Christian, Jew, Hindu, all those types of
Technically Jewish, but agnostic in belief.
Like a secular Jew?
Yeah, I guess so, if you want to put it that way, yeah.
Wonderful, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
I don't
just
know if that's
hopeful agnostic is the way I would put myself down, but raised Jewish.
Are you
I love
reading
it.
a scripture?
No, I'm not. I'm taking a survey. Are you interested in taking it?
About what?
Well, hold on. You can listen. You'll hear all about it.
Yeah.
Anybody else
So
have
maybe you're preaching to a secret
Hindu, I guess.
Hindu?
Yeah.
Cool. That's the first one I've heard. Love it. How about you?
Hello.
Also, none is
Okay,
also an answer.
Yeah. Maybe agnostic. Probably atheist.
Pagan,
agnostic.
Wicca,
Agnostic.
Okay, perfect.
Atheist. Why didn't you ask the atheist? You didn't ask the atheist.
Are you in? Okay, hello.
Hello.
Do you categorize your religious and spiritual
100%
beliefs
atheist.
as 100%
Yes.
atheist?
Uh-huh.
How refreshing. Can you believe it? I love it. Okay, so I'm going to be coming back to you because we've got one of those weirdos on our... I'm just kidding.
A real quick insert here is that, I'm watching the deconstruction movement with, a lot of the youth, leaving Christianity.
Yeah.
And I got some thoughts on it, but it's not for here. But this type of survey probably testifies to that. And I've had a lot of people say, yeah, I was a Christian. Well, I don't know what that means because First John talks about the seed of God being in you, meaning, you're getting a new nature, right? And so I think we got a lot of, people that really have never made that true commitment.
Yeah.
And so I want to ask Carl a question. And Carl, I know what you could do with this survey, but when you take the survey, how can the audience, how can the people out there benefit from your survey?
I think one thing it does demonstrate to the audience is that the so-called Christian community is our own mission field.
Yes.
Okay? I think that's a big part of it. It demonstrates that, all right, and I've seen this when I've gone to Wiccan events. So many, the majority, I would say, and I'd like to do some surveys in some of the Wiccan events I've gone to, or that I would like to go to again. So many times they are former Baptists, Methodists, they come out of Presbyterian backgrounds, they come out of Anglican backgrounds, Lutherans, you name it. And I mean, we have the term Christian here, and some people have actually said, well, I'm a Catholic.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you can put that down as other.
Yeah.
And they'll do that.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure yet how to go through the data and really to begin to analyze it. I mean, I haven't even really had a chance to sit down and sort out what's happened.
Yeah, you got to do some data entry. You
right, because it's only been a day and a half ago since we drove out of the crazy place.
Yeah.
So this is all fresh. But this is telling. This is very telling that within the Christian community, we ourselves, I think, need to recognize that the mission field is right within the church.
Yeah. It was interesting when I was walking around doing audio versions of your survey, I ran into, lots of people who would fit under that category. But one of the most interesting fellows I talked to was a gentleman who was on track. I mean, honestly, it kind of reminded me very much of me. He was Christian his whole life. He was on track to become a pastor, was going to seminary or was going to go to seminary, and then through just life events and time and some very specific life events that happened, found himself outside of the church on purpose. And it was very interesting to hear. I actually did quite a long interview with him. It was quite interesting to hear how, he had everything that I had. He had every opportunity that I had. I mean, I think it's a miracle, honestly, that I'm still Christian, considering my peers, considering everything. I mean, I think it's a miracle anybody my age right now, millennials specifically, are still, that there's any Christians, because apparently, not only is it not guaranteed, but it is more likely that you will go off and start checking other boxes.
Absolutely.
And very interesting fella, you start talking to these people, but what occurred to me is that is what makes it so difficult to evangelize in a traditional way at Burning Man, is because most of them have spent decades as devout Christians.
Right. They've already had at least some Christian influence along the way at a personal level.
Yeah.
So some of the other boxes they could check off, and this comes around to the issue of oneism and twoism. So I my hat's off to Dr. Peter Jones, because he's the one who really developed that methodology. Oneism is the dominant worldview that says man, God, and nature are essentially the same. And that is by far the view you see at Burning Man. And then the other position is that, no, it's not oneism. The biblical position is twoism, God as distinct, exalted, a unique personality outside of creation, and then all the rest.
Right.
So interesting, an interesting way of looking at it. And that becomes a touch point in a lot of the conversations. And it happened again this last week. I use that 1 and 2 fairly often. So the next set of questions actually fits within that parameter of oneism and twoism. So you could either disagree, somewhat disagree, be neutral, somewhat agree, or agree on 4 main points. Religion and spirituality are the same. And I have that there more or less just to be, that's the opening.
Yeah.
It's the next 3 that's
It was
important.
a great opener. You put those in set. I loved the way that you set these questions out, because especially in the vocal act of surveying somebody, like people are looking for what is
the angle,
what's the thing, where are you leading me with these questions,
right?
The way you had them set out, and especially the kicker at the end, it was beautiful to watch them, like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not sort of in some sort of trap or something.
Right. And it's not designed as a trap.
Yeah. Right.
It's just designed to get to know them.
Yeah.
Period. And then that's the interesting thing, because I know some people will be going, how come you're not having, let's say the criticism of even going to Burning Man, like, how come you don't have the gospel laid out in your survey?
Right.
Well, it's not about that. But however, it did open up conversations.
Oh yeah.
Especially after, and I don't have conversations. I do this intentionally at the regionals, and do this intentionally here. When I have people ask, what are your positions? I say to them, I said, I can talk to you about that afterwards.
Yeah.
But not before.
Yeah.
Because
this
if I
is
talk
science.
To you,
I can't taint
I can't taint this. I can't taint the data.
Yeah.
And I take my research seriously.
Right.
So the second question is God, it's a statement. God is separate from nature and me.
Yeah.
That goes right to that oneism issue. Humanity is valued above nature. And finally, Earth is a living organism, which is really interesting, because I think all of them so far that I have seen, just leafing through my surveys, all of those who say present atheists say they agree that Earth is a living organism. And I'm going, oh, I thought you were about science.
Yeah, the Gaia principle sneaking its way in.
Right. This is, again, that blending of the secular with the mythological.
I need to make sure to send you my my vocal surveys.
Oh, I'd like to hear it.
Because people cannot help but sort of talk it out.
Right.
You could see some of them were processing.
Yeah.
And the one at the end was very interesting. And we might, we're not going to segue entirely away, but the man this year was bee themed.
That's right.
You know, it was a hive, yeah. And it had little cells of a beehive. It was all yellow. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Bee, and which is interesting, because in your work and my subsequent work, you know, we talk about the hive mind, or the
that theme comes through the burn.
Exactly. I mean, you were literally. It occurred to me that that's what Burning Man is.
Mm-hmm.
It is a hive. They all come to the hive once a year, and then the drones, the bees, they go out into the world and they pollinate the ideas across the world. And they come back. And this year, the man was styled after a beehive. And with a few of the people who I gave the survey to, they would look at that question and it would stump them for a second, because you could tell they wanted to say yes, but they didn't know why. And so they would kind of vocally work through it.
Cool.
And they would many of them came to kind of the conclusion that maybe they don't think that the dirt, the rock of the earth is alive, but that the earth is operating as an organism. And it was all sort of about this hive mentality.
Yeah.
You know, the life on Earth, I'm trying to think of some of the scientific words that were used. It is officially midnight that we are doing this this thing. So that's why everything. But they would make it through this process of, they did believe that the earth was a living organism, but when they had to look me in the eye
I know,
and tell me face to face that they thought the earth was alive, they had to do some processing. And
that is awesome.
And it really, many of them got into this sort of hive principle,
right?
That they think the earth is a living organism, but it's because we're like a hive mind type of thing.
Yes.
Which was very interesting given every data point leading up to that, and including the hive man, the literal beehive that was the man. So, you know, I had a very special experience giving this survey to people's faces and having them answer.
Okay, I'm going to give you some statements. Yep. And between disagree, somewhat disagree, agree, you know the thing. Yep. The 5 stars. You could just do 5 stars too. Let me know what you think about this. Religion and spirituality are the same.
Disagree.
No. Disagree. There we go. Consensus. God is separate from nature and me.
False.
Tough question. Right, there you go. We got a couple waiting for answers. False. Okay. Here's a good one. Humanity is valued above nature.
False.
That's good.
Well, I think it is. Currently it is.
I don't agree with it.
Yeah, okay, good. That's a good... I will edit the survey for next time.
Okay.
Earth is a living organism.
Yes.
There we go. Just a couple more, actually. Nope, actually, that's it.
Are you doing research for something?
Yes, yeah, we're doing an anthropological sort of survey type of thing.
With who?
Yeah, it's Camp of the Unknown God.
Okay.
You heard of them? They're way over there. But they come every year. They've been coming for many years and keeping sort of census data on the spiritual trends of the time at Burning Man.
Cool.
Religion and spirituality are the same.
Disagree strongly.
Disagree strongly. Pretty serious and pretty quick. Okay. God is separate from nature and me.
Disagree.
Disagree. Yes.
Somewhat agree.
Okay.
Disagree.
All right. A little
somewhat unsure.
Complicated question. That's I see. He's hedging his bets here. I like that.
I'm gonna say more agree.
Next up, humanity is valued above nature.
Strongly disagree.
Strongly disagree.
You mean like how I see it or how the world sees it?
People have answered it in both ways. So my piece of paper does not stipulate.
We reject the premise of the question and try to submit our own format for response.
Rebel. There you go. Bureaucracy. Take it down from the inside.
The radio identified themselves as agnostic, just so you know.
Oh, that's good. Okay, we'll put Radio Man in the agnostic column. All right, almost done here, actually. Earth, here's one. Earth is a living creature.
Agree.
Okay, pretty. Disagree. Oh, we got the flying the ointment. Earth is a living creature. Why do you disagree?
The Earth itself doesn't have all of the properties of life. It's sure filled up with it.
It's a rock. Yeah.
And we'll probably continue to fill up more and more on the inside and the outside.
Yeah, that nice little virus of humanity living on. That's good. Okay, thank you.
All life. I mean, extremophiles are getting out there.
I really appreciate this group because usually all the answers are unison, like they've taken the survey before and it's all the same. So I like we've got some.
None of us are really friends, so that kind of helps.
I fucking hate this guy.
And we camp with them, but fuck them.
Religion and spirituality are the same.
No.
Disagree. Sorry, I'm bad at the scale.
I saw that one coming. God is separate from nature and me.
Okay. Oh, hey.
Oh, hi.
Yes. What was your first clue?
We're all waiting for Rob here. Oh, Rob, take your time, Rob. I got a couple more questions. God is separate from nature and me.
Disagree.
Disagree. Humanity is valued above nature.
Humanity is part of nature.
Good enough. Good enough for me. Earth is a living organism.
Strongly agree.
Strongly agree. Okay. Okay. So I've got some, this is your basic, it's science, folks. So sorry, we got to go through this. Disagree, somewhat disagree, agree, somewhat agree, agree. That thing, right? Everybody gets that?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm going to say some things, and everybody tell me what you think. Starting with number 1, religion and spirituality are the same.
No.
Disagree.
Disagree.
All disagree. Okay. God is separate from nature and me.
No.
Disagree.
It is separate?
God is separate from nature and me.
Separate. Disagree.
I mildly disagree.
Mildly disagree. Next up we have humanity is valued above nature. Now, there's two sides of this. Before somebody asks a question, this can be what unfortunately the world thinks, or what you personally think or should be.
Agree.
You think that humanity is valued above nature?
No, I disagree.
Disagree.
Nature is above
Disagree.
humanity. Okay. Yeah, disagree.
Just double check.
Yeah.
Gotta keep my eye on
You
it.
need to
Agree.
be mowing on
Okay.
Amazon
Beautiful.
rainforest.
Here we go. Earth is a living organism.
Yeah. Agree.
All agrees all around. Okay. Beautiful.
See, when they're doing it on paper, I don't have that same. I didn't have that same visceral effect that you had.
Yeah. It's like we got to set up a booth or something.
Yes,
next
actually,
time.
that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I would love to see like a 1,000 or 1,500 surveys done. Then we'd have some really good data to work with.
Right.
But we need funding for that. I need people for that. I mean, my main work is actually after when I get home. I have a second cousin who said, "Hey, I want to help you." So I'm like, "Fantastic! We're gonna have lots of coffee, and we got a lot of stuff to work through."
Right.
And I had a lot of people ask, "Where's the data gonna get published?" So I'm really thinking I need to set up a website, maybe called burnresearch.com or something along those lines. I don't even know what's available, and start putting all of the data on, because I think it'll be helpful. It would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Both for Christians and even just for the secular researchers who are interested in this phenomena.
Right.
Page 2 was how many times have you been to Burning Man? What was interesting with that was that is how many times people were first burners. There's a lot of first burners.
Tons of first burners.
Yeah. Have you attended regional burns? Again, there was some yes, some no. Do you consider this to be a personally transformational event? Most times it was yes, and then giving explanation. Do you see the 10 principles as being important? Yes or no? And if yes, how have you incorporated the principles beyond the playa?
Yeah.
I have a couple in my stack of papers that I know. Ask the question, what are the 10 principles? Or I don't know the 10 principles.
Wow.
That was really interesting. I had a situation at the airport where the person put it down going, ? I don't know what the principles are. And then his buddy, who is a long time burner, looked at his paper and goes, "Dude, you have failed this completely."
Yeah, totally.
And then, of course, the last section was on Burning Man during the COVID years. Did you attend the Free Burn or the Renegades? And Bob, you went to one of those. Yeah, and then did you participate in any of the virtual burns? And check all the virtual burns that apply. Asking finally, did the virtual burn? How would you describe your experience? Did it meet your expectations? Provide a quality encounter, or offer a sense of connection? Explain.
Yeah.
And that's mixed.
Yeah.
But for some, it really did, and for others, they're like, no, it sucked.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I did have the opportunity of inevitably or inadvertently interviewing a few of the programmers behind the virtuals. So they were super excited that was in the survey.
Cool.
And I'm really excited to go through the data, because I've only gone through it just at a base level.
Yeah.
Just leafing through it.
Oh yeah. No, I can't.
I think one of the things that that I have to consider with a survey like this is that I'm a Christian, and I have my Christian experience. I've worked out all my philosophical issues, my biblical issues, and so forth. And so I don't have the same, experience that they have out there, what it means to them. But through these surveys and so forth, I think it would give us some insight that we got to realize they have a religious experience.
Bingo.
And, how do we penetrate that?
Yeah, how do we begin to think?
And that's why I appreciate the research side of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have an encounter with somebody from Census, one of the lead. I'm not sure if she was a lead. I think she was a lead at Census, who did the survey. She was actually at the airport. And she was super excited. She did it, and she goes, "You need to come and talk to us at Census."
Oh, interesting.
She's like, "Our survey is a totally different kind of survey," and it is. And she's going, "You're old school, and you are now literally walking up to people, and you are engaging at this at a human level, whereas their survey is not at a human level experience. It's more of an automated type of online kind of. Here's you just check the box and off you go, run away.
Right. Yeah.
Here, it's people are actually expressing themselves, almost like a temple experience of sorts.
Yeah,
because they're putting down what they're really thinking. Right. And so she was super excited, and unfortunately, just the way that the Friday rains came, and then after that, just nothing ever really worked. You know how it works at Burning Man?
No, I mean every plan I had was shot pretty much starting Friday morning.
And you could even have a really great burn with burning week with no inclement weather, and the whole thing still goes to pot. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sitting on a swing. I found a swing. My foot has been hurting. It's been hurting more than it should hurt. It's been a pretty rough day in the mud. Been walking around talking to people at the porta potties, at the nose waxing station, and I finally found a place to sit down here in Black Rock City, where the thought on everybody's mind is, am I being detained?
Chapter 5, Anamalia.
One thing that's sort of important in so many ways every year is the theme, the Burning Man theme.
Yeah.
And this year was Anamalia.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak about that?
It's kind of interesting you ask that, because one of the questions is, on my survey, humanity is valued above nature. Disagree, somewhat disagree, neutral, somewhat agree or agree. And so a lot of the art themes, of course, was animal oriented.
Yeah.
And the response I was getting to that particular question on the survey, people were asking, are you asking me this question in a general sense of what society thinks, or what this theme, this event thinks? And I had to go, no. You don't represent this event. You don't represent this theme.
Right.
You don't represent humanity. You just represent you.
Right.
So that was, I did not expect that. But the Anamalia theme ended up rubbing into that question.
Yeah.
And then the responses people were having, because they were confused now. How do I answer this? Because that's the theme this year.
Yeah.
Animals.
What a funny theme too.
I know.
I didn't really, well, I'll say this. Through my worldview and my work experience and my fringe niche, view of the world, the second we saw that it was Anamalia, me and Gons, we go, oh, it's gonna be chimeras, it's gonna be all this kind of stuff. And when I get there, I saw every single piece of art, maybe not every single piece of art, many of the pieces of art were not of a single animal.
No.
They were of this sort of reimagining of the animal kingdom.
Right.
Did you see that one art piece that had the spinning pieces it's basically kind of a build your own chimera type of of thing. And they had the bunny with the antlers with the
the
frog.
big jackalope idea.
This kind of idea.
And then the big frog tent.
The giant frog tent.
Okay, so there's a backstory to that.
The frog tent.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you go to it?
I didn't go inside of it.
Oh, it was really well done.
Oh, okay.
Super, super rich.
Great.
Okay, so the person who set that up is the founder of Cirque du Soleil, the famous circus.
Yeah.
Out of Quebec. Okay, my country.
Oh, interesting.
And as it was explained, I guess, in kind of a workshop or one of the sessions at that event, or pardon me, at the tent, and people behind our camp had gone to this session, and they came back going, it was explained to us that because Cirque du Soleil is French, and in Canada, Western Canadians have a derogatory view of Quebecois, and Quebecois has a derogatory view of Western Canada. That's our separating point, and some of it is there, and some of it isn't. It's just how it's kind of spun out in our national culture. That if you're French, you're a frog. You're a froggy.
Yeah.
And as it was explained, what was interesting was the people camping behind us are American. They don't understand the cultural connections here. Mm-hmm. And the people they're talking to in my camp were all Western Canadians. Brian and Audrey from Alberta. I'm from Manitoba. We are killing ourselves laughing because all of a sudden we realize that the culture war in my country between East and West, specifically Quebecois with Western Canada, and this complete tension that's been going on for decades and decades and decades, that plays out in our parliament, that plays out in our culture, that plays out in our economy, is now being represented right here.
Interesting.
With the frog tent, intentionally as froggy, and doing it in such a way as to almost stamp on Western Canada.
Interesting.
And we were like, oh, we now want to make an anti-froggy camp. There's wonderful folks in Quebec. Wonderful folks in Quebec. But that is, of course, our political tension point.
That is so interesting.
Yeah, this was now being played out at Burning Man.
I would have never even known. See, I didn't even go in there. I didn't know what was in there.
Yeah.
What was it, like a circus or something?
No. They had a big bar set up on one end, and then they had a great big stage on the other, and then they had little side rooms where there was lounging areas, and it was just basically
just a zone.
Big zone. That's all.
That is so funny. Yeah, the Anamalia thing was very interesting because it was something in the copy. I don't remember what the copy exactly said, but it was something like, we're celebrating the animal kingdom and nature's beauty and stuff like that. And I go walking from art piece to art piece, and everything was like, that's the thing about art, is you're having to sort of reimagine something. If you're trying to do art about frogs, say, you could make just like a frog, but then you're sort of walking the line of arts and crafts. A craft is creating something well. Art has this
it has an interpretive element.
Yeah, it's this interpretive element. It's got this sort of ethereal thing. Art can be, you can just have a green blob and call it a frog, and that's that's a frog art.
Yeah.
So there's this interesting thing. So I understand. If anybody out there is listening and you're thinking that Basil doesn't get art, I get art. Okay, I get it. But if the whole thing is sort of centered around celebrating what I would call creation, celebrating creation is something.
Mm-hmm.
But then to reimagine, and quite literally, almost every single piece of art was like a chimera type thing. Even if there was an art piece that had an armadillo and an eagle and something else on the other side, but it was sort of made robotic and lit up in a strange way, and kind of had this other thing to it, which was, it gave me the impression that, like, yeah, we're here to whatever, we might say we're celebrating the animal kingdom, but really what we're doing is reimagining.
We're actually breaking down binaries.
That's probably what it is.
We're breaking down binaries. We're breaking it down into that onist perspective.
The postmodernism,
right?
The oneism, twoism,
right.
You know.
I don't have a creative bone in my body, so when I hear you guys talking about this, right, I'm thinking of maybe the symbolism of old Babylonian, you know, eagles and bears and whatever that they had, right? And it's almost it reflects to me like that. But again, I'm not an artist.
So an interesting art piece, Bob, that you would have found fascinating, period, even if you're not interested in art, is a certain chapel that was in deep playa or deeper playa, just kind of off to the side of the temple, and it was a chapel of Babel.
Chapter 6: The Chapel of Babel.
I thought I'd give a quick little mini report for another very interesting part about Burning Man this year. Burning Man is well known for its displays of modern paganism, occult spirituality, of lots of things. I mean, it's not just that, but it's the representation of spirituality and religion at Burning Man is as broad as you could possibly be, even though, you know, the Christian representation is quite small, not zero, but quite small. And this is displayed in a lot of different ways. There's lots of rituals, public rituals, lectures and teachings and preachings going on. Of course, no Christian preaching, but all the other ones are okay. And art, and this art can take many forms. Paintings or sculptures to performance art, but included in this art is architecture.
The thing that separates Burning Man from other transformative event, even that's more like a concert or whatever, is the architecture and the art and all that comes together for these huge displays, which kind of brings to life all the philosophies and ideas.
With eyes to see, each one of them has just extraordinary spiritual significance, perhaps literally or, you know, especially to those who can kind of recognize what they're looking at. And one of the biggest, I think it was the biggest this year, with the exception of the man and the temple, was something called the Chapel of Babel. Ooh, the Chapel of Babel. The Chapel of Babel was somewhere around 60 feet high. Dare I say, probably 66 feet high. It was a ziggurat, much like the ancient Tower of Babel. The top of this ziggurat was a sort of golden capstone, which included some stained glass. Around the entire outside, it was just absolutely adorned with black and white photography, symbology, occult iconography. It had the tarot archetypes. It had, honestly, just some very strange stuff that I didn't really know exactly what it was, but it was obviously had some sort of occult significance.
Like pregnant women and other things.
Pregnant women, yeah, right. There's a baby.
Yeah.
Just very ritualistic looking eyeballs all over the place.
Eyes all over, yeah.
Of course, you could go inside the Chapel of Babel. The doorway to the Chapel of Babel was interesting because looming very large over the door, Larry Harvey. And Larry Harvey was one of, if not the sort of founding father of Burning Man. His image is gigantic. You almost like walk through his mouth or something to go into the chapel. And of course, he had a nice little third eye that was opened up. Inside was just as extravagant, very intricate, just endless amounts of this black and white symbology and iconography.
Yeah, I think True Stream Media said the not so occult ritual. Yeah, it's not really occult anymore. It's occult means hidden. It's not hidden.
Right.
It's,
Yes.
It's just
yes.
there now. It's like, hey, we're here.
And on the inside, you'll notice, people with eyes to see can see that there is an arch. An arch that looks very familiar to many people. It is missing the capstone at the top of the arch because it is the Arch of Baal. Big, nice Arch of Baal on the inside as the stained glass, showers the whole thing with light. And it was really an incredible piece of construction. Of course, the destiny of the Chapel of Babel was to be burned, to set it on fire. And it was the site of a number of events and rituals. Some people, so I talked to a few people, and they all kind of considered it in a similar way, which is that it was the third landmark of Burning Man. If you know the history, of course, Burning Man always had the man that got burned, and then one year they made the temple, and everybody liked the temple thing so much that it kind of just stuck around and became a part of the institution. Now every year there's the man that burns down, and there's the temple that burns down. And I have a sneaking suspicion, considering that the artist who created the Chapel of Babel said that this was the last thing that he would make out on the playa. I think there's a very good chance that this Chapel of Babel will become a repeated piece of construction.
Yeah, they'll just keep doing it until Baal comes down. He just shows up.
Exactly.
He's like, I am Baal, and he's there.
It was a ziggurat, built as a ziggurat to reflect Babel. And in fact, it even said right in the door, Babel. They didn't hide that. And it had hundreds of images placed all over it. Most of the images had a tarot interpretation or a Wicca witchcraft interpretation.
Very occult expression.
That's right, yes. Non-binary expressions. Very much about... It was a collage. The whole building was a collage of these base occult ideals.
Yeah, archetypal.
That's right. And then when you walked inside of it, you had a triumphal arch in the very middle of it, which was fascinating if you understand the meanings of the triumphal arch.
Right.
And then the interior of the Tower of Babel, and I'm going to call it that because that's what it was, even though they call it the Chapel of Babel. Then you can see the interior, the ziggurat design going right up to the very top. And the very top, the capstone was kind of a different color, a goldish, yellowish kind of a color,
right,
offsetting it completely from the rest of the structure. The entrance to going into the Chapel of Babel had a cutout of Larry Harvey, the founder of Burning Man, who now stood above everybody walking into Babel.
Right.
Oh my word, the symbolism is through the roof.
And he had, I think, didn't he have like a third eye?
Yeah, yes, there's third eyes all over the crazy building.
Right. Yeah, it was really astounding. I'm a little disappointed in myself because I didn't learn that that's what that was until it was too late. They had already closed it down.
Oh, stink.
One of these things that they were planning to burn, they were planning to burn it earlier in the week.
That's
but
right,
the rain.
Yep.
So it was kind of before I could go on the inside, so I did miss it. But I got the outside, and I got the picture.
I can show you pictures of the inside.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
And a video walkthrough.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Because really, it kind of had... When I saw it and when I learned what it was and when I saw it, I kind of got the impression that, this is one of those things that could, might start popping up again. Mm-hmm. Like it could start popping up as a repeated structure, kind of like how the temple started that way.
Yeah.
As like a project, but then became a thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering. That would be interesting to see how that would develop.
Now, having imagery of Babel, what did you take away with it as far as from a Christian worldview? That were these guys looking at it as a good thing?
First of all, the way that they built it was intentional.
Oh, they were very informed.
Oh, yes, very, very informed. And so Bob, have you seen pictures of it?
No.
No? Okay.
No, yeah, one of the things that my wife and I, as we watch secular movies, we find out that some of these movie people know a lot more than what we think they know about Christianity and the symbolism and the subtleties, and so it's fascinating to me to see some type of imagery.
So there it is, Bob.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yes.
I've got lots of pictures to show you yet.
Okay.
Sorry, Gons.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, no, I think that's a good thing to point out because
there's the inside.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, that's very intricate.
And it had a confessional.
And it's got the ark there, and it's missing the capstone on the ark.
That's right. And it had a confessional on the inside with a person inside the confessional booth, so you could go in and confess your sins.
Wow. Yeah, I could see that being a repeated offense there. Well, the interesting thing is a true modern occultist is very knowledgeable about the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
They're very knowledgeable, especially about things like the Tower of Babel, Babylon, stuff like that, because as a good occultist, you do recognize some deity that identifies it as Yahweh. You might be a little bit more on the Gnostic side, where Yahweh is the demiurge and not to be worshipped, and there's a higher God above Yahweh, that kind of thing. But when they talk about Babel, they identify with Babel in sort of an affectionate way, because the Tower of Babel, obviously, being a rebellion against the wishes, the commandments of Yahweh, it's sort of a humanist symbolism, because it's the ascension of man into the heavens or whatever. And so as an occultist, depending what school you're coming from, ascension is the goal,
right.
Rebellion is the goal. You gain power from identifying. I mean, a lot of the tarot symbology, a lot of the occult symbology as a whole, a lot of it is biblical, but it is coming from they might read the Bible or learn about the biblical stories as sort of not learning about the enemy, but reading a history book from the winning side. So the idea is sort of during that time, Yahweh sort of became victorious in what is documented in the Bible. But as a good occultist, your job now, you know that the history was written by the victor. So you're reading a history book written by your oppressor or your enemy or whatever.
Right.
So they will read the story of Babel and read the whole thing word for word and say, the good old days. Let's try it again. But, but in a less sort of literal way.
Reminds me of kind of a little take on Ayn Rand, where she comes up as the rationalist, the objectivism or whatever she called it, and that morals and this type of stuff was because you use proper reason. But she ends up having an affair with the couple that she had to get married, and all that ends up being a disaster.
Right.
And so, she hated religion, but she made her own, and then it failed. So with all these, God's the oppressor and Satan freed us in, rebellion.
Right.
Yeah. And I think of that when I think of Babylon and that, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because a lot of occultism, a lot of modern occultism it only exists in opposition to God. Without the Bible, without Christianity, they would have a lot less material to practice
Right.
on, you know.
That's right.
So there was an irony, a very rich, wonderful irony that took place at Babel when it burned on Monday night. So Monday night, we stuck around for the man burn and we stuck around for the Babel burn. We did not stick around for the temple burn. I'm kind of disappointed about that, but at the same time, sorry, it was already 10 days in the desert for us.
Right.
And so at the Babel burn, it was around midnight when it happened. We were sitting beside a young lady and her boyfriend or husband, whatever he might be to her. And she had struck up a conversation with Brian. Now, Brian was exhausted. We're all exhausted at this point. Brian just wants to basically have his eyes closed, wait for the fire, and then we'll walk back to camp.
Yeah.
Okay? And but she strikes up this conversation with Brian. And this seems to always happen with Brian, by the way, which is kind of cool. And we bug Brian about that, which is also kind of fun. And so she wants this conversation, and they have talking about traveling and that kind of thing. Whatever. It's light stuff, just light stuff. Babel burns. It's a beautiful flame, by the way. It's like a big candle going off. And then when it's all done, they engage a little bit more with this conversation before we break away. And Brian pulls out one of his crosses, and he hands it to her, and he simply says, "Trust Jesus." And she stops dead right there. She's holding the cross, and she is stopped. And she reaches out and she grabs Brian's arm, and she looks at Brian in the eyes for 15, 20 seconds. No words are said. This is kind of awkward. Tears are running down her face. She turns to Audrey, looks into her eyes for 15 or 20 seconds, tears streaming down her face. She grabs my arm. I reach over and grab her shoulder. Same thing, tears streaming down her face. I have no clue what was going on. But at some point, either the husband or boyfriend, does something behind her to kind of break the thing, or whatever it was. Something happened, and she got up and left. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I have no clue what was going on. But whatever happened, when Brian gave her that cross and just said to her the very simple but powerful words, "Trust Jesus," something inside of her broke.
Yeah.
And that was incredible.
And I mean, it's such a heavy story because of what we already know about the demographics there. That,
Yes.
She probably has a long history with Christianity. And here she is, she's in the desert, she's having her own Babel moment, watching the Chapel of Babel burn.
She did say she was on a journey.
Yeah.
She had told us that.
Right. And then to have Christ pop up in the least expected place can be quite powerful thing.
Yeah, I was going to say,
awesome.
we can sometimes underestimate things like that.
Right.
But when I was being witnessed to, I wanted to rebel against it, and I thought it was a conspiracy theory, or a conspiracy that all these people kept talking about Christ, all unrelated. So I jump on a bus, and from Santa Ana, I go to Costa Mesa, California. I get off the bus, and there's this hippie guy coming towards me, and he goes, "Bob." And I realized I hadn't seen this guy in 15 years. And he just said, "The Lord wants me to give you this Bible." And he walks off, right? I jump back on the bus. I'm freaking out. And it's within days I come to Christ, right? So something small like that seems small and insignificant,
right,
can be a giant.
And it was obvious it wasn't small for her,
right?
Just how she responded, looking in her eyes, like straight on, eye to eye, lock, each of us, all three of us, and we couldn't break away. It wasn't about that. She was having a moment, and the tears streaming down her face. You're going, man, something's going on. Like, what's going on?
And that's just the simple act of shining the light in the dark place.
Exactly.
She's in a dark place, and she's been out in the desert for 9-10 days at that point.
Right.
And she's like she said, on a journey looking for something, another seeker at Burning Man. And on the last day, on the last burn of the day,
Babel.
At the burning of the chapel of Babel, and some guy says a simple phrase, and it's the answer she's been waiting for the whole time. I mean, that's the stuff when people get mad that we don't have a sinner's prayer booth or something at Burning Man. That's just simply being the light in the darkness, and that's more powerful. Again, that's a testimony.
Yeah.
Having some annoying person tell you what you already know because you were a Christian as a kid, and now you're somebody who is previously a Christian but is now identifying as something else is going to be embarrassed by a Christian with a megaphone doing the classic of street evangelism at Burning Man. They're going to be embarrassed, and it's going to strengthen the position that they're making the right choice moving away from Christianity.
Right. We forget John 3:17.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Yeah. The world is condemned, and Christ has come to save it.
Right.
We're all condemned. Without Christ, we're all condemned, myself included.
And that's something that, I personally really do like about being at Burning Man, is that it is a place filled with seekers, and they are all on journeys that I could not even comprehend, but somehow always end up playing some sort of role in.
Yeah.
That again, I just have to trust Jesus. The work will be completed. That's not my job.
Bingo.
But and
wherever our feet are, that is where our mission is, right?
Right.
And when you're at Burning Man, that's where your mission is.
And again, the fact that I can't find anybody else out there doing it is strange.
Yeah, I had the vision of you guys entering enemy territory right at Babel. Right, you're right there. I mean, one of the things, and I think as Christians that we have to know that the result isn't ours. Right. That's up to God. That's why 1 John 3:9 says that we're born again with God's seed, right? And being born again, all these statements in the Bible. I was out witnessing, used to witness, well, I still do, to cults. And I'd have a 4 or 5 hour debate with two cultists, defending another Christian, and I'd go home, and I actually laid on my bed and cried because I couldn't get through to them. Right? And then one day it came to me that, hey, that's not up to me. I just got to be there.
Yep.
And that's as Christians, but we should be there and let those doors open.
Yeah. The only way you're not doing your job is if you don't show up.
Yeah,
Good point, Basil.
I'd get fired if I didn't show up to my regular job, right? Yeah.
Chapter 7, Pharmakeia.
One other thing that we're doing, and when it comes to the research side, and that's we're looking not just simply for what is happening within the burn community, but what big conversations, what globally impacting conversations are in play.
Yeah.
So we ended for whatever reason, ended up at a lot of workshops on psychedelics.
Yeah, right.
And of course that fits within the burn culture to some extent. But we tend to forget that at Burning Man, you have the creme de la creme of the psychedelic community.
Right.
You have people like Rick Doblin. You have representatives from various. So I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. You have representatives from various other psychedelic subcultures. They're all there.
Right.
And of course, Rick Doblin is kind of like the Secretary General of the psychedelic world globally. So we ended up at a workshop, and this dovetailed with one of the presentations I was at the Parliament of World Religions 2 weeks ago. I was at a presentation at the Parliament on the introduction of psychedelics within Christianity at the level of engaging in psychedelic spirituality at chaplaincy levels and within seminaries.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And Richard Rohr was one of the was one of the panelists.
Yeah.
Yeah. And these are all quote unquote Christians on this panel talking about how we are having to, now that we're into the psychedelic renaissance, it is time that we engage with seminaries, with colleges, to bring about a new psychedelic spirituality within the Christian fold at an institutionalized level. So back to Burning Man, back to just last week. We're going to a workshop on Jesus and psychedelics at the other camp that claims to be Christian, which has a very interesting name that I'm not going to repeat on air because this is a family channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
I was actually in contact with them last year.
Okay.
I did. I stopped in and did some talking with them.
Yeah.
I did a little interview.
Yeah.
With them, and sadly, all of my material from last year got destroyed or got lost. Yeah. My bike got knocked over, and my memory card that was in there went flying, and I panicked, and I put everything back in there. It was one of those moments. I put everything in my bag and got up and got going, and it wasn't in there. But I got in contact with them afterwards, and actually have some contacts, and was gonna do some more stuff, but I didn't do anything.
I've got their older worship book.
Oh yeah. Very interesting.
Oh, very interesting group. So at the Jesus Psychedelics workshop, we had current and former pastors, Lutherans, Anglicans, I think Presbyterian, about 40 or 50 people all told were cycling in and out. Some non-Christian. Everybody else was pretty much identifying in some way, shape, or form as a Christian, Christian seeker, Christian mystic, Christian by name or by birth or whatever, or I actually attend a church. And whereas the Parliament gave us the institutional argument for the introduction of psychedelics into the Christian community, this workshop gave us the personalized reasons why this is going to become a thing. And we walked away, all three of us, having to sit down afterwards and quickly work through some notes and kind of like a debrief of what just took place. And because we have a church culture now that is extremely gullible and susceptible, and where discernment is completely out of the window, for the most part, I really do see that psychedelics and Christianity will end up in this sort of bizarre dance. And you're going to see this taking place within the Christian community.
Yeah, I have already seen it happen on personal levels. I've had conversations with people who are advocating for similar stuff. And you know what? It starts there. If they're talking about it at the Parliament of World Religions,
and then at Burning
Man,
it's a thing.
It's honestly, after last year, where I was going to the psychedelic workshops, and their whole thing was, we're going into like the elite leadership of global leadership. We're going to be talking to world leaders. We're going to be doing mushrooms with, the president of blah, 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 talking about high level government activity. It was only months later that the Davos summit of the World Economic Forum had a psychedelic shaman doing psychedelia in a tent at Davos only months later. And so if they're talking about,
and that's why Burning Man is a culturally important, globally important, the sharp edge of the research spear.
And it happens quickly too.
Very quickly.
If you don't, it's sort of the last and only place that you can catch a signal. Before it's too late, or it might already be too late.
Mainstream.
Before it's there.
But we can prepare for the battle.
Bingo.
To come. A little interjection here. There's a car parked outside in back of my fence there, and I pull up to it, and I roll down my window. You come from Burning Man? He goes, yes. I said, pull in behind my fence there. I got a power washer. I'll wash your car.
Yeah.
He does, and he told me what camp he was from, which
Okay.
we don't want to mention on the air, right?
Yeah, okay.
But he was telling me about it, and I'm giving him my phone number. I'm witness to him. I give him some tracks, right? And I say, why don't you go back and get your people, and let's do a Zoom call, right? And so I need to really prepare if he does call. But I just find it interesting is that, I showed Carl this morning David Wilkerson's debate interview with the Jesus people that were taking LSD back in 1967 or 8, right?
Yeah.
And so we do have a church in California that's an LSD Christian church, allegedly.
Yeah.
Right? So
I believe it.
I think that's another thing about Burning Man. We're going to learn what's coming down the pike.
You bet.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Chapter 8. The Temple Burn.
I was not planning on going this year. That was not the plan. Just wasn't in the cards. Finances, everything just didn't occur to me that was the thing. And suddenly, everybody was selling their tickets.
Yep.
Flooded. There was thousands and thousands and thousands of tickets. I got my ticket for 10% of what I usually would pay for the ticket. And it was odd. And I would say live on air, like, I don't know why. I'm very suspicious. I don't know what other people know that I don't know. But for this price, I can just buy the ticket. And if I don't go, it's not the end of the world, you know. And I was just very interested in what was going on. Why were these tickets available? So available that I was sort of spiritually, I felt obligated to buy a ticket.
Do you know what was going on?
I don't. Do you?
Okay, yeah, I do. I have a little bit of an insight. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a little bit of an insight.
Okay, great.
Because I do have some interactions with some of the individuals at different levels within the organization, or not necessarily directly inside the organization, but within the folks who have some influence.
The orbit.
Yeah, the orbit. That's a great way of saying it, Basil. Thank you. A few things were taking place. Number one, the economy is hurting.
Right.
And people bought the tickets early on, a lot of them, and now all of a sudden they're in a tight spot. What do? You got to dump the tickets. That's a part of it. It's actually a perfect storm of a bunch of different things happening at the same time. The organization themselves restructured tickets this year to try to alleviate some of the scamming that was taking place, and allocated more tickets to certain theme camps. And all of a sudden there was an imbalance of theme camp tickets versus main sale tickets versus FOMO tickets versus OMG sale tickets, and there was this crazy imbalance that took place. And all of a sudden there was theme camps going, we don't have tickets, and other theme camps were going, oh my goodness, we've got 10, 15 extra theme camp tickets. And you added all that in, and all of a sudden people were like, all right, we've got, I know of one camp, I think that bought 20 or 30 extra tickets and didn't have the people show up because of their own personal economic situation.
Yeah, right.
And now they're dumping them because they have to try to recoup some losses somehow. So it was this perfect storm of all kinds of things, from the organization restructuring the ticket scheduling system to the economy. And one of my interesting takeaways with this year's burn was how many international attendees that were there. There always is people from all over the world.
It seemed like much more.
A lot.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I realized, oh my goodness, it's the Europeans, it's those from Central America, it's from Latin America, it's from Argentina, who are affording, from Japan. I talked to a gentleman from Japan who are now coming to the burn because they maybe have more disposable income than the average American.
I kept running into French people.
Lots of
It
French.
seemed like everybody was French. I was like, what are all these Frenchies doing
Lots
here?
of Mexicans.
I mean, I get you got a lot of problems going on right now.
And those troublesome folks above the border, those Canadians.
Those Canadians.
Oh, I ran Canadians everywhere, which was actually a lot of fun. So there was this interesting perfect storm that was taking place within the ticket structure.
So there wasn't like a secret
No.
super secret weather report that went out a month before, where some oracle had divined that the rain was coming, and so everybody dumped their tickets.
No.
That was one of my theories.
Yeah, there was other things that were taking place.
Okay.
More practical
That
things.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes more sense than my thing.
Including the organization screwing up with their ticket scheduling, which they have done a remarkable good job of screwing things up at previous burns before.
Yeah, right.
I've had that encounter myself. So, yeah. This year's burn, of course, was unique. Very unique. We had less people attending, roughly 70 to 73,000, and that includes the volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So the total number of probably paying attendance was roughly 60,000, which is down about 10,000 from other years.
Yeah, right.
The big art didn't show up, not the way we had it in other years. We did have some big art, but there was a noticeable lack of certain art cars, certain art pieces, or at least the size of art pieces. And of course, the Mayan Warrior art car didn't show up because it burned on the road this summer.
Right, yeah.
Which is a $3.5 million art vehicle that just went up in flames.
Lots of theories about that one.
Yeah.
There's stories about, the cartel had built that one, and the fire may have resulted in quite the insurance payout or whatever.
I know.
But I did notice that there were basically no giant art cars.
No, the only one that was out there was the one that was emulating the iceberg of the Titanic. I'm trying to think what the name of it was. It's something along the lines
I
of the
didn't even
Titanic.
see that one.
It's out there like two or three times that I caught it.
Right.
Of course, we also had 3 rain days, so it didn't go anywhere.
Well, because usually there's about a half a dozen gigantic art cars.
And Mayan Warrior kind of was the anchor for a lot of that.
Yeah.
You do a lot of link-ups.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, that dynamic was missing.
Yeah.
Really missing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a result of the weather, or was that just
Again, I think the economics of it.
The fading. Yeah. I guess that is kind of the big thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this perfect storm of sort of global world events being reflected.
Right. And also last year, how harsh last year was, turned a lot of longtime burners off saying, I need a break.
Yeah.
That also was a part of it.
Which, again, back to the global sort of reflection, you've got the climate change
cult,
whatever you want to call it, whatever the climate change thing happened, and it was I read an article from Wired, I think, this morning, talking about how climate change is killing Burning Man. How last year it was too hot, now this year there was a hurricane. They kept using the word hurricane, which is silly. And so you've got this, when we talk about Burning Man, as the sort of, as a hub for ideology, psychological operations, all sorts of things, sort of to be a reflection of the broader world into one singular point, and then something happens there, and then it gets exported back out to the rest of the world.
Bingo.
So you can see all these global things happening, whether it's economic issues, whether it's war in Ukraine, whether it's climate change frenzy, whether it's whatever, being so concentrated in one place. And you almost have to assume anything that happens to Burning Man is a reflection of what is globally or what will be globally.
Absolutely.
So
it is an international event.
Mm-hmm.
It has international cultural importance.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken, but I don't think the Jehovah's Witnesses ever got a spot in the Renwick Gallery with the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Right. But Burning Man did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So there is a cultural importance here at this event. It's the staging ground for so many innovative ideas. It's a petri dish for postmodernism. It is a setting where, and you just described it as a psychological operation, it is a setting where you can engage in social experimentation. And it's very openly discussed there.
Yeah.
My goodness, we don't even hide that.
Oh, they talk about it out in the open.
Yes.
Yeah. They will say the same things we're saying.
Bingo.
If a burner, maybe not your regular free camping burner, but if
you
somebody
go to some of the theme camps, like let's say Camp Mystic or Playa Alchemist, or some of the other ones,
they'll say the exact same thing we're saying.
Right, and they'll even giving you exact points of how this is taking place.
So just to stay a little bit chronological, the first couple days of this burn were
normal.
Basically
Maybe.
normal.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a couple days to get used to the lack of art cars and the fewer people, which actually was kind of fine, but more or less it was normal, right?
Right. When did we have the first squalls? Was that Sunday night? I'm just quickly looking at my notes here.
3 days in, if I remember. I got there Tuesday night, basically Wednesday.
Okay,
I think it was Thursday and Friday were normal, and then Saturday it really...
Yeah.
Or maybe it was
Friday. It was Friday afternoon.
It started,
Friday afternoon. So, okay, chronologically. So Sunday was a decent day. My goodness, when we went
You're
in,
out there day one.
Yeah,
You're on
we were.
time.
Oh,
okay.
Absolutely.
Good for you.
Hey, if I'm going to drive all
Brag.
the way across the continent, I'm going to get here on time for this, okay? Sorry, you're just down the road.
Yeah.
I'm in another country.
That's right. That makes a lot more sense. That's hilarious.
So, Sunday was a really great day. There was no wind. There was no dust storms coming into gate. Everything went nice and smooth.
Yeah.
We set everything up. There was another couple from Manitoba who I brought their tent down with. The first-time burners. They flew in and then took the burner bus from Reno. I packed a bunch of their stuff. I packed in their tent for them. And now I've got a whole bunch of stuff in their car for them. I'm packing out for them. And so, I made connections with them, made sure they got their tent. Everything went really well. I think it was Monday night. We had our first, I think it was Monday night. We got our first good, hard wind squall because Brian, Audrey, and I were at the temple around midnight. And all of a sudden it was like, boom. And the dust just went right through the temple.
Oh, wow.
And Brian and Audrey didn't have their masks with or bandanas with. And we all know that that's essential.
Yeah.
You need
it's a
bandanas
survival
or something.
thing.
Right. You have to breathe. And so we ended up stumbling back to our camp in the dark. Because there's a full-on whiteout.
That's a nightmare.
At midnight.
And
yeah.
for those who might not know, the temple, which I think is an interesting topic if you've got things.
Totally.
I'm very curious to know why you were at the temple at midnight. But the temple is about the furthest main structure away from the living area. So you were, as the crow flies, I don't know, you could say a mile.
Yeah, I was at H.
Yeah.
I was on H Street.
Maybe a mile from camp as the crow flies, which is, pretty... on a regular sort of night cruising around looking at things is not the end of the world. But midnight, my goodness, you guys don't have a bedtime? What were you doing out there at midnight?
I actually went to bed earlier at this burn than I have at any other burns.
Me too. I was a very responsible adult.
Well, I've been on the road for a month, being at the Parliament first and speaking at a conference in Bend and then jumping all over the place. And so I hadn't had a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
Even on my run from the Midwest, U.S. Midwest to Bend, Oregon to do these conferences, I was sleeping in my car to get here. So there was not a lot of sleep. So I came into this burnt out.
Yeah.
And I knew that. I had to be careful.
Wow.
So, I think the latest I was up was 2:30 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But previous burns, it's like, I'm not going to go to bed before usually 4.
Yeah.
And I'm up at 8, and you just go on adrenaline and coffee, right?
Because most of the stuff is happening. Most of the stuff of interest, the things that, the stuff we talk about, a lot of the rituals, a lot of a lot of the events happen in the middle of the night.
And my goodness, I just drove 3 days to get here.
Right.
I'm not going to miss it.
Right.
I got to say something with Carl is that he's single-minded. I was coming to 2017 burn and I get a call. I just ran into a deer. That's where he got his playa name, Deer Killer. and I just thought, well, it's over. He's not going to be here. And man, he was a trooper. He made it. And I do have to say one more thing, and Carl, you take it back over, but I'm getting up toward 70, right? Shame on you young Christians for not coming out there, right? But I would get in about 1 to 1:30 in the morning because we go out separately also, right? Because I like to hit the camps to talk to people, and Carl would come in around 3 o'clock to 3:30, if I remember correctly, every night. I felt like I had to be his mother. Carl, you better call me, before, if you're going to be in late. No, but he was up in the morning and out doing things, and Carl is a trooper.
Yeah. No, he's an animal. He's a machine.
Yeah.
I guess it depends what the theme for the year is.
It depends on the bags underneath the eyes after a while. That's what it does.
I feel them. They're strong. So tell me, let's talk about the temple just a little bit.
Sure.
Because you were at the temple.
Fascinating building this year.
Very ornate, very large for a temporary building that is planned to be burned.
Right.
Extraordinarily large.
One of the best ones I've seen.
And absolutely sort of magnificently intricate.
Absolutely.
This year had
900 panels, laser cut plywood panels on the roof. Incredible.
Just outrageously intricate panels that, created quite the effect when you were walking through during the day or the night, I imagine.
Right. We found out the cost.
Oh, of the temple.
Yeah.
What was it?
$500,000, and that did not include the volunteers' time.
Yeah.
That did not include donated materials. That did not include the donated transportation to come in.
Yeah. I looked at it. It's $500,000 just in lumber.
That's right.
Not even counting everything else.
I know they spent $15,000 just on water to keep everybody hydrated while it was being built. Wow. I cannot remember the numbers that were involved. I know that the build crew was in that 100 range, but I think the numbers were in that 700-800 range for the entirety of the build of the structure. That means like the pre-build and all the stuff, all the back work that's necessary to make this thing happen.
An enormous amount of resources going into this pile of tinder that gets set on fire.
And you're right, very intricate.
And we've talked about it previously, but for the new people, the temple is sort of the low-key, true spiritual center point of Burning Man.
It really has become the heart of it.
You've got two giant structures. You've got the man, which gets all the sort of publicity.
Yep.
But then there's the temple. And the temple really is truly perhaps the most important, quote-unquote, secular house of worship that may exist at all in the world.
I would agree.
And it's burned down every single year. And I've done recordings and walkthroughs of the temple, and I didn't do one this year. I figured people can listen to the previous episodes if they want to really kind of feel and hear exactly what it is. But there is true spiritual weight happening inside of that building, and you can't walk in, especially a couple days in after people have come and left things of their dead loved ones, hung wedding dresses from failed marriages, left dog collars of their dogs who have died,
pictures and photo albums and
the
journals.
Entire inside of this temple a few days in is completely plastered in the sorrow and the grief of 80,000 people plus, whatever it is. And there's a common idea with sort of normal Christianity that, like, I don't know, a church or something is kind of a holy place, and other buildings can't quite hold the sort of true spiritual weight that one can find in a cathedral or whatever.
Right.
This idea that there is spiritual weight to things. If you ever doubted that there can be a sort of secular center of spiritual gravity, they need to walk into this temple.
Absolutely.
You almost can't. I've never done it. I don't think I've known anybody who can walk into that temple, walk around the inside perimeter, truly look and see what's going on the walls, hanging from the ceiling, whatever, and not cry before leaving.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible,
right?
I think. I mean, unless you just don't pay attention.
Well, I want to say something with this temple thing, and I'll make it short. You go into that temple, or you're around people that are crying because they lost their son,
their
16-year-old son, and their psychiatrist told them to go there and put it on the temple. You go into this temple and you see the sadness of these people, and the real people that are going out for this means something to them. And as a Christian, I say, this is why I'm here. To seek those that are lost, right, and give them an answer to bring joy into their heart. And so I got to say, if you can go into that and stick your nose up at that kind of stuff, you don't have a heart.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally agree with you, Bob. Because I mean, they're pouring out their guts, they're pouring out their heart and their soul, and I mean. All right, I don't know, Basil, your story. I know a little bit about yours, Bob. My own has a fair amount of death in my story, with my family, and I walk in there and I empathize immediately.
Oh yeah,
and it just hits me.
All of a sudden, you see a dog collar. That's every pet you've ever owned.
Oh my goodness!
You see the wedding dress. That's every relationship you've ever had.
You see the death notes for the person's brother. The pictures of beautiful people who have just died that year from cancer.
Some of them just weeks before.
That's right.
You see on some pictures, they're like, it's got the death date as like August 13th or something.
Right. I was reading a suicide note that was placed there after the person had committed suicide, and his friend had I guess done the person a justice or an honor or something, however you want to look at it, by bringing the note there. And in the note, it even had it was even expressed that I want my note here after the fact.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Oh, and it's a good time to take a break. I'm also tearing up just thinking about it. Jeez. You know what? Hold up that 1 second.
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna keep this recording. Let's see if I can finish before this song ends. Oh.
You gotta.
What time?
Of course,
is it?
before we get off, you've got to go through all the things that the media and everybody was saying.
Oh my!
Especially the human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
That's so crazy, Bob. It is so crazy.
Yeah.
I know. And how the Christians buy it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm hearing ministers out there that are saying that every year they put a man in there. I'm thinking, well, why doesn't law enforcement get involved with this unless they're all in on it?
My
right?
goodness, you and I both spent time with the man builders.
Right.
I have. Nobody's doing that.
No.
It's absolute insanity.
Yeah.
It demonstrates Christians. How do I put this? Our insatiable desire for the fantastical.
Right.
And then to place some type of moral elevation on our fantastical opinions.
I'm going to tell you, just before we get started again, is just that there's enough sensational stuff happening in this world.
Oh, absolutely.
To start making up stories of human sacrifices.
It has become Christian superstition.
Yeah.
You talk about at Burning Man?
Yeah, how everybody says, there's a man, and they put bodies in there and people in there and all that nonsense.
I mean, I've never been inside the structure. Who knows?
Oh yeah.
The only reason I'm here is because I escaped when they threw me in, right?
Well, next time, Bob, I'll push you harder.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were talking about the temple. Yeah, it's a very powerful place to be.
Right.
Whatever you may think of what is spiritually happening there, it is at least a hyper concentration of grief.
Absolutely, and it is an honored space because of that.
It's a sacred space for the burners.
That's right. And so the people we need to, again, this goes back to our previous part of the conversation. It's that recognition of their humanity.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even just walking in there, I mean, you instantly feel more connected as a brother of Adam, I might say, to everybody there. And I think it is a big part of what kind of bonds the burner community together.
Bingo.
I don't think it would be such a center for seekers, center for spiritually minded folks, center for people looking for answers, looking for healing, looking for anything, if the temple had not been such a core, or it had not become such a core part of Burning Man.
Absolutely. No, I'd agree with you. In fact, to some extent, it has replaced the importance of the man.
The man doesn't seem that important really anymore.
No, exactly. Now it is the temple, and is the sense of community that has been built within the city, and the man is just nothing more than the anchor that holds it together.
Right.
That seems to be what it is at this point.
Right. It's the branding.
It's the branding. That's right.
The man is the branding, but the temple is really why people come.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this year, Brian brought some. He does blacksmithing.
Yeah.
So Brian brought some crosses, and we hung up one cross in the temple. We put a box around it, drew a box around it, and then in quotation marks, put down, "He wept." And we did that in one spot, and then we did another spot where we drew a cross. Brian didn't have a second one on him at that time, so we drew a cross. We did the same thing, put a box around it, and then in quotation marks, "He wept." And somebody come along and put down underneath it, "So did I." And so interesting how you're going to see it. We put it in places where people would see it.
Right.
And that was just one little itty bitty tidbit of, there's a Christian witness here.
Well, and interestingly enough, that might be a better articulation of what I was trying to say earlier. Walking inside the temple for me, I think brings me as close as I can humanly be to the feeling behind Christ's sorrow for us. You feel suddenly overwhelmed with the sorrow that can come with being a human.
Right. It's a 7-day, 24-hour funeral.
Yeah. Yeah, and funeral barely even
touches it.
I mean, I've been to plenty of funerals.
Yeah.
But yeah, it might be like 10,000 funerals all happening at once. Might be kind of the thing.
That's a good way of looking at it. And they have temple guardians because people are breaking down and people are losing it right there. I've watched it happen.
I actually
over the years we've intervened a little bit with some of that.
Yeah, actually, right now, Gons would be a good place to play that file. I brought the recorder and had it going.
Oh, perfect.
Just for some ambience.
Yeah,
and then just the most sorrowful sound I'd ever heard. Somebody just losing it, and then I lost it, and I'm like, like gonna lose it right now. Just thinking about it, like you don't living your life. If you've heard someone lose it like that, you are probably, later on in life, had some time for horrible things to happen.
Yep.
Or had a very sad situation early on. I mean, it is really hard to listen to.
brought up temple guardian.
Yes.
Quick thing I'll say here is my wife worked with a temple guardian when we were in Bishop, California, and she started coming over, and she was a hurting lady. I mean hurting. And that temple, she looked forward to it all year to throw her sorrows upon this temple. And of course, we're trying to share Christ, that it's Christ that we do that too.
Right.
And we touched her because we, as far as, talking with her, and she came with her temple, artifacts, and she gave me these sacred artifacts of years of being a temple guardian, right? And so I received them, and so I don't want nothing like that. No, I received them, and so the door was open, and we shared. And I don't know where it's going to go, but that was a temple guardian.
Well, that's a very meaningful thing for her, for you to receive that.
It was.
Yeah.
It meant a lot to her.
Yeah. Yeah. And that shows, that she's a good example of people who are living these sort of re-enchanted lives, or living these mythological lives. They may claim to be an atheist or something, and yet they hold on to these magical objects that are very important to them. And it is,
it gives them the sense of purpose.
As important or more important than, a person working at a church, like what their position might be to them, or whatever. Any cross hanging in a church, these objects hold incredible amounts of power in these people's lives. And I think we see that reflected across the world in the way that spiritual but not religious is now the sort of national religion, or the planetary religion, kind of.
Yes.
It's very interesting to watch.
So after the temple, after the big windstorms hit the temple that night, that was Monday night. Tuesday we had lots of storms, lots of squalls, wind squalls that swept through. We knew the temperature was going to be changing, the weather was going to be changing. We were warned about it, or were notified that there was some changes happening. The next couple of days, however, were beautiful days. My goodness, very, very comfortable on the playa, which is so unusual. And I took absolute advantage of gorgeous, gorgeous weather.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Friday afternoon, Brian, Audrey, and I were hearing Grover Norquist, who's a Republican insider, give a talk at Camp Soft Landing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then as the rain was starting to come down, and that's across the city from us, because we were at 5:30 in H, and they were located, I think, at 8:45 in F. We were like, we wanted to talk with him afterwards, because it was a fascinating talk, and we were really hoping to have a discussion with him.
So Republican.
Oh, Grover Norquist is an interesting guy. He's been coming to the Burn for quite a few years.
Okay.
I had a bone to pick with him. I couldn't catch him afterward.
Yeah, that's right. You were at one with me at 2017 when he was giving a talk.
Yeah.
And his perspective is he's a libertarian, has been a burner for a while, and he had a really interesting lecture that afternoon.
Libertarian paradise.
Yes, and boy, and this is something that comes through with the social surveys that I did, and we're not going to get into it right now, but
we will get into it. I thought the responses, the emergency responses and stuff, were kind of interesting.
But there is a real, it's an eclectic group of both libertarians and those who hold to forms of communitarian, collectivist ways of thinking.
Yeah.
So you've got this collision point between these two major perspectives. And so anyways, Norquist has done his talk. We were hoping to have a conversation with him after, but it was starting to rain. We knew we had to get across the city, because the way the rain was coming down, we knew that we weren't going to be...
You would get stuck forever.
We weren't going to be stuck.
Yeah.
We were. And we got halfway across the playa, and the rain was coming down hard. And we're like, stink. We were pushing it as hard as we possibly could, and of course our bicycle tires were mounting up deeper and deeper and bigger, and all of a sudden we couldn't move forward anymore with our bicycles. We couldn't push them forward. You would stop, you would bang, bang, bang on your bike tires, you'd back it up, move it forward a few feet, do it again, over again, over and over again until we finally got back to our camp. And
absolutely cemented. Oh, you actually got them home.
Oh, we did, but it was a battle.
I had to ditch mine.
Oh, there was bicycles ditched everywhere.
Yeah.
Crazy. So we got them back. But it was a ton of work.
Yeah.
We were exhausted. And then, of course, that's Friday afternoon, and because I hadn't really had much sleep for like 3 weeks, I went to bed at 4:30. I missed the double rainbow. I had a nap until 6 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock I woke up and I went, what's the point? I'm going to go back to bed. And I slept right till 6:30 Saturday morning. At 6:30 I was up, and then from 6:30 till after 12 I walked all the way through the playa. I walked past the temple. I did deep playa, and I don't know how many miles I put on in that space of time, but with 20-pound boots, my legs were burning, but I took crazy pictures.
Yeah.
You know, I just showed you one a few minutes ago for the temple and the reflections. Amazing.
Chapter 9, The Man Burn, Raw Audio.
It is Monday night, and the burn is officially back on. The playa has, for the most part, dried out, and everybody has gathered. Those who are left have gathered around the man, and the circle of our cars has begun. There's fire. You can tell there's about 100 different songs playing all at the same time, which creates sort of a King's Cup, if anybody remembers high school. A King's Cup of madness. Very cool, very stimulating, honestly a little bit overstimulating. All of the themes and the ideas that have been presented over the week are present. There's some classic art cars, but it's sort of the culmination, the seal, if you will, to circle around the man and surround the man with the ideologies of the week to finish the spell. Okay, as we speak, the man is burning. The moment has arrived. There's about 1/3 the amount of people as you'd expect, and it's actually rather nice compared to previous burning men. It's official, the man has burned, the man has fallen, and the beats go on. I kind of wish that they didn't, and people think I'm a cop talking into the recorder. I'm getting lots of interesting looks. Apparently it's a crime around here to do a podcast while you speak.
I texted my coworker.
Oh, there's a group hug going on. And, I don't know what else to say. However, there is definitely a sense, there's almost a confusion going on. The people can't figure out if they want to dance. They cannot figure out if they want to mourn. The music, as you can hear, is absolutely outrageous. However, the majority of the people are standing absolutely still and just staring. This is different from previous Burning Men, where we have seen just an absolute raucous party bust out the second this happens. It seems like this has a little bit of extra weight for people. Perhaps it is the discomfort that they had to bear for this moment. Perhaps it is simply they're so tired. It is so tired that there is not much will left to party. Whatever the case is very interesting, especially compared to previous Burning Men. And I'll be interested to see if I can talk to some people. It's not the easiest thing to do when they're having a special moment. The fire is now probably the biggest fire I've ever seen, reaching about 75 feet in the air, maybe 100. Who knows? It's really far away. But I will keep you posted if anything else happens. Okay. Oh, one note, the man structure, the structure that the man is built upon and the structure around the man is reminiscent of a beehive. It's got honeycomb-like structures going up about 25 feet. It's yellow, lots of bee motifs going on, which is interesting in the context of the hive mind and the hive the hive mind and the hive being represented in Anamalia. And so essentially each person here at Burning Man is a member of the hive that will now go out and pollinate the rest of the world with the ideas and ideologies that were presented here.
Chapter 10, The Media Psyop.
The way the mud would stick to your boots, my legs hurt in places I didn't know existed.
Right.
Muscles absolutely shot that I didn't even know were there.
Right.
Just like literal 20-pound weights on your legs, no hope of rescue.
And you weren't going to be running from anything.
There was
no running at all.
It was absolute. I mean, let's talk about some of the coverage. I mean, I had GONS. By the way, the Wi-Fi situation was horrible. My personal story, I had a neighbor. I was going to bring my Starlink. I got Starlink specifically for this.
Oh, sweet.
2 days before, I was testing my Starlink. Doesn't work. I open a support ticket. They say, yeah, it's bad product. We'll send you a new one. We understand that this is very important and we're rushing it and it'll be there in 6 days. So I didn't have my personal internet that I wanted to send out all my reports so we could do some live stuff. Wasn't going to happen. My neighbor had a Starlink. He let me on it. I gave him some tacos. He let me on his Starlink.
Fantastic.
I got out one report. It was awesome. It was right after the rains where people were starting to kind of freak out a little bit.
Right.
And it was starting to get kind of, actually, I was calling it pre-apocalyptic.
Mm-hmm.
There was sort of a pre-apocalyptic feeling.
There was.
Where people were kind of like, okay, how gnarly is this going to get?
Right, especially if you consider the fact that there was some talk that we would have the same amount of rain on Sunday as we did on Friday and Saturday, and the potential for rain also on Monday. And we knew that if we had rain into Monday, then there would actually be serious issues. Then the porta potties would be overflowing.
Yeah.
There weren't. There were. I think there may have been a couple overflowing.
Maybe there was some or something.
But most of them were just right to the top. We knew then that if it would continue on beyond Monday or Tuesday, we would all be stuck for a full week.
Yeah.
We probably would have had the water and the food we needed because we all over-prepared.
Everybody was talking about FEMA was coming to drop
there
in
was such
the
crazy
Ebola,
rumors.
the this and that.
Yeah, in fact, today on my Facebook page, I put a little blurb up. I said it's been a day and a half since emerging from Burning Man, and I've gone through posts and messages and videos on the event, and my goodness, now I understand why folks were especially concerned for us. Apparently we had an outbreak of Ebola, an unknown disease causing everyone to vomit blood, a condition causing horrible skin boils, sinkholes, FEMA setting up a quarantine fence around the event. Hint, there's already a 9-mile trash fence around the site. The National Guard poised along the desert edge, waiting to advance. The emergence of ancient playa shrimp arising from the muck, and more, and more.
Cannibalism.
And of course, cannibalism. I forgot. Yes, I should have added cannibalism. And of course, all of this is incorrect and hyper sensational and overblown and false.
And that was what really got me on the psychological operation train. Because the way that it was being talked about in the media, a lot of it was not stipulating that these were rumors or that these were blah, 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 or that they were being reported as fact.
Right.
And more, honestly, and more. And it was really incredible. And it kind of had some parallels with some COVID era stuff that you'd see, where the experience on the ground was not the experience being reported.
Right.
And if we think more broadly, so, consider Burning Man as sort of a petri dish for all sorts of things. I think emergency response is perhaps one of those things. If we're talking about social engineering.
There's a little bit of stuff going on there. Yeah, I know there is.
If we're talking about social engineering, if we're talking about whatever, all these things. The reporting about Burning Man having the mismatch from the experience on the ground was such a wake up, and it paralleled COVID so well, and we kind of understood it during COVID, but really here it was quite the wake up for me, because I'm like, how many things are being reported in mainstream legacy news outlets, not just your crazy blogs, not just your natural news, not just your whatever, but Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Wired, like the real
kind of have the world effects from the old radio broadcast where people went out and shot their water tower full of holes because they were told that the invading army was coming.
And I've always known it. I mean, it's my job. My whole job is based on the fact that I know that everything in the legacy media is, at the very least, broadcasted with a larger purpose. At the very least, whether what they're saying is true or not, is perpetrating an agenda. Somebody's, whether it's whatever, call them whatever you want, the elites, the lizard people, the blah blah blah, or simply the highest bidder, whoever's paying the bills, the advertisers, really.
Right, clickbait.
Yeah, whatever it is, clickbait. It could be anything.
Right.
But it just dawned on me, so I physically felt the sensation of, oh, this is everything. Everything is, at least at the very best, ambiguously true or false. You might never know, and it might never matter, but the world view that is being projected onto the mass population is, or could be, entirely fictional.
Right.
Entirely fictional, or at least fictional enough to be mad about it.
Right.
That you literally cannot trust anything it says.
Right.
And
then it demonstrated the incredible gullibility of non-thinking people.
Everyone. And you think about, and again, start at Burning Man, expand globally.
Yes.
What else is going on? We're getting, the war in Ukraine, the Maui fires, the everything that has ever happened that gives me something to talk about on the internet. My job is to spot the illusions.
Right, and now you're right in the middle of one.
And I'm right smack dab in the middle of one of the sort of grandest illusions.
Right,
and
international.
And I'm thinking to myself, for what? Why?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of this grand illusion being sort of broadcasted out about what is essentially amounted to, like pretty muddy, pretty annoying.
We got our tents wet.
Yeah,
you were in an RV.
People are wet.
I was in a tent. Whip-de-doo. People got stuck. Some people panicked. Some people tried to get through the gate. Got stuck. I mean...
But the panic was real with some people.
Oh, I know it was.
Yeah.
I know. I watched Brian, Audrey, and I on Saturday night went out to Gate, and we watched the people trying to get through and slipping and sliding and getting stuck. We were out there with DPW. DPW was yelling at them, go fast, don't slow down, because they knew that they had to be committed.
Right.
Otherwise, your car is sunk.
Yep, and it's
done
stuck.
right there. And we had RVs stuck, we had trucks stuck, everything was stuck.
For days, too.
Yeah,
They were stuck for days.
So, I mean, people went crazy.
Not
a lot, but some. Enough to make it definitely an interesting event.
They really
we
did.
watched it.
You saw people, and I think it was the people who had internet who were seeing the headlines.
Right.
Were the ones panicking the most. Like my neighbor. Because what was very sad about my neighbor, nice guy, letting me use his internet. I thought, finally, my whole project is saved because my neighbor has internet. On the day after the rainstorms, he tears off in his RV and took away my internet.
And there was also people who had international flights.
Yeah.
That they didn't want to lose that.
Right.
You know, there's stuff like that.
There's stuff going on. But you could see, now I was on the outskirts, and I'm wondering if you saw any of this. I was on the outskirts of the free camping area.
Yeah.
And then I think it was the night of the big rainstorm, after that first big one. Everybody's talking about FEMA camps. I'm walking around. Everybody's freaking out. People are tearing down the mud, just like in their cars trying to escape. Stuff's starting to feel really weird.
Yeah, people getting stuck in the middle of the street.
Yeah, stuff is getting real weird, real wacko. And I go back to my camp, and off in the distance, I see some like cop lights going on. I'm like, oh, okay, that's weird. Somebody's doing something. I look away, I look back, and they are right there. It was about a half a dozen fresh off the lot, freshly painted police UTVs, off-road vehicles, just tearing it up in the mud. They cruise past the flag fence. They enter Burning Man. All their lights completely lit up. And the one in the rear had spotlights, 2 5 billion lumen spotlights on the left, on the right, on the front, and the back, just absolute making a show. I have no idea why
I
you
watched
would
them
even
do
need
something
that.
very similar in Esplanade.
And they just tore around. I climbed up on an RV and I watched them.
Yep.
And they were 20 miles an hour, like really fast.
Yes, because it's supposed to be 5 mile zone.
5 mile zone. You're not allowed to drive fast. These guys were tearing up the streets in this new squadron of freshly painted police UTVs. And I sat there and I just watched them. I'm like, uh-oh, something must be happening.
Right.
What's going on? Crime. Go fight crime.
Right. Something bad's actually
There
happened.
was no crime.
Earlier today, probably around 7 o'clock in the evening, this is on Sunday night, there was a line of 4 or 5 completely lit up police side-by-sides, UTVs, off-road, little dune buggy guys, but completely lit up, lights blaring, no sirens. And one of them even had a rack of spotlights facing in every direction just to kind of blast everybody's retinas as it drives by. Very strange. I'm a little curious about what the purpose of that is, besides just making a statement. Perhaps some sort of facial recognition camera behind the spotlights. I don't know. But since then, they have just been cruising, just absolutely cruising down each street, patrolling the streets, going significantly faster than the 5 mile an hour speed limit. They don't seem to be making any stops or, I don't know, any sort of blatant activity. They're just cruising very fast, lights blaring the whole time. Now, it was earlier announced on the Black Rock City radio that law enforcement would be showing up. They're not here to apprehend anybody. And don't worry, hippies. The cops are not here to bust you for marijuana or something. I mean, I'm making a funny voice, but it's Black Rock City Radio. Come on. That's what they sound like.
And so they continue to just roll on through. I'm going to be asking around, listening to the announcements, seeing what I can find as far as what kinds of activity the police will be performing here. The sort of implication given by the official announcements is that they're just here to generally help keep the peace and make sure people are cared for and served and protected, given the sort of emergency circumstances that we found ourselves in. I will see if I can gather any more information. It does give a rather strange vibe to the whole thing. I mean, Burning Man is already kind of a really, really strange post-apocalyptic city where survival is not guaranteed, and now to see fresh off the assembly line, freshly painted police off-road vehicles just patrolling the streets with bright lights gives it, oh my goodness, just an even more apocalyptic feel. We've moved sort of past the timeline of the immediate danger of the apocalypse and into, in some sort of fascist dictatorship where somebody named the Duke comes in and takes control and uses law enforcement as, some arm of the state that is heavy-handed and particular, which I guess that is not too far off from the actual world that we live in.
They were just ripping down the street. They'd go all the way to the end, turn around, rip down the street. It was just like this fear campaign almost, to give everybody the feeling that there was a serious situation going on.
I saw something similar on Esplanade. I was somewhere between the Man and Center Camp and watched three of those units whipping through, lights on, flying, mud everywhere. And there were people walking around and I'm like, dude,
dangerous.
You're going to lose control. This is slippery. This is really not easy to drive in. And they were all, you can see, I'm an off-roader, okay? I'm out in the country. I grew up on dirt bikes and quads and whatever. And I'm watching, I'm going, well, you guys you're handling yourselves, but you can screw this up pretty darn fast.
They're having fun, but it just takes one person.
And you're going to smoke somebody.
Yeah.
You as the police are going to create an incident. You're going to kill somebody.
Yeah.
And they are just flying. And then I'm watching them, and after maybe 3 or 4 blocks, the lights are off, and they just pulled over, and it's
bizarre.
like whatever. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's like it reminds me of, and I have actually personally seen this. This is crazy. I used to work highway department. I've watched the police whipping through with the lights on and the sirens on, and then they turn them off and go into the coffee shop and walk out casually for a donut. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Right.
And it had that same feel.
Yeah. And it was so interesting, too. Again, this pre-apocalyptic feel, then these futuristic patrol police come cruising in. And
at least the Chinook helicopters weren't circling. They were the night before.
Yeah, well, I know
a little bit of the backstory of why they do that every year.
Oh, I didn't know they did it every year.
Oh yeah. Well, the military is there.
I saw some black helicopter cruising one day. I'm like, that's weird. Is that Elon? What am I looking at here? So the military just has a presence, or something?
Oh yeah, they do absolutely. The intelligence community too.
Oh, there's for sure real ops going on.
Oh, there are.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I mean, I'd like to know whatever you know about that.
Yeah. There's some stuff I have to get verified, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's some pretty interesting things. Time for some Freedom of Information Act requests.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And another part that kept ringing that Psyop bell for me was, hey everybody, okay, we planned for this, we have very good emergency protocols, we're acting. I was listening to the radio,
BMIR.
Right, yep, BMIR.
If you feel like passing the time, come find me at 12 in Esplanade, where I'll be generally grumpy and complaining a bunch. Ugh.
X-Rated Yoda is here to tell you these messages. We need to count on one another, and patient we must be to create safe conditions for the departure. Listen, we do not currently have an estimated time for the roads to be dry enough for the Jedi RVs and vehicles from the Republic to navigate safely. Late in the day Monday would be possible. If weather conditions are in our favor, it could be sooner. Stay tuned for BMIR FM for up-to-the-minute information that you will have.
We will be opening for Exodus on Monday morning, September 4. We will inform the community as soon as we make the decision by 9 a.m. Please stay off of Gate Road. Rain and mud will make it impassable at the moment. We have created alternative routes. If you exit on Monday, you will be flagged to the best area to drive across.
Ladies and gentlemen, event operations are functional and responding to evolving conditions. Our communication systems are up and running, as are our power grids. Sanitation trucks are moving through the city, ensuring portable toilets are functioning and clean. So, no rush to get out of here yet.
Yeah,
I hear they're doing, where we've got these protocols. We're so proud of the org. It's kind of showing off how well organized they are.
Yep.
We're so proud of them. They were ready for this. We're wheeling out some free Wi-Fi in these locations. We're bringing in some cell towers so you can change your plans or whatever. And I'm like, okay, great, wonderful. Let's do this. And I go to each of the Wi-Fi locations, each of the cell towers, absolutely could not get anything through. The cell towers, absolutely zero data could go through it.
Yep.
It was like just enough to make you feel like something was happening, but completely useless.
Now, I don't know, Basil, if you know this or not, but the man sitting between you and me, Bob, has insights regarding cell towers.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some insights. Here we go.
Yeah. I want to say one thing that usually people don't know about it. I was one of the first ones to train in the Los Angeles area on cellular telephone and trunking systems. And when we were being trained, it had the first cell towers and had 666 cells on it.
Oh.
And within about a month or two, they put it up to like 670 or 680 or something.
Right.
So you have these cell towers that will only take, less than 700 calls.
Oh.
And you got 50,000 people.
That's nothing.
It's not going to work. Well, last year, they'd put a new cell tower in Gerlach so we could get through from Gerlach. And then out on the playa, we could get through off and on.
Yeah.
Right? So you're looking at maybe 1,400 channels that you might be able to get through. But now you've got what they call the backhaul. You got to get that information back, to the network. And so there's a microwave system, and I happen to know the guy that owns it. And so that has so much bandwidth, right? And if they're trying to put it up through satellite, not only do you need bandwidth, but if it's overcast, it can affect it.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of things going on there.
Right.
The Burning Man used to bring in stingrays, and have 2 stingrays there, and that helped.
Yeah.
And then at one point there was there were only analog cell towers that were up there on the mountains, and so the data type of stuff wasn't
nothing.
Going to make it through. And so anyways, that's kind of the backstory there. And probably, if you want to get out communications wise, if you can make it through the cloud, I think what you were talking about with Elon Musk deal would work.
Yeah, the Starlink stuff.
If it got too overcast, though, that's off.
It was just so interesting that the good PR of the Burning Man organization was like, oh, we got you. Don't worry. We are so prepared. And each response that they rolled out was the most useless, impotent, display of, I can't call it anything else but just psychological warfare.
And then one response they could do nothing about was the fact that you had incredible ruts everywhere. And all your streets were rutted, and then because we all have 20 pounds of mud on our feet,
right,
as we're all walking along the sides of the ruts,
yeah,
we are building inevitably sidewalks,
right,
of lumpy 8 inches to a foot high lumps everywhere we're going. So we have the streets have these deep cut ruts everywhere with vehicles stuck in them,
yeah,
and then the sides of each street have become these like these berms built up by our feet,
yeah,
because we're clumping mud in. And then and we were here yesterday at Bob's place watching a couple of videos. One of them showed one of the porta potties being overflowed, and it wasn't. The toilet was down, and the floor of the porta potty all looks brown, but that's mud.
Yeah.
It's 8 inches of mud,
right,
built up on the floor because
yeah,
everybody walking in is tramping in 20 pounds of mud.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it was really, I mean, a serious, in a way, it was a continuation of the survival situation,
right,
that is Burning Man.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it was very interesting to see that unfold.
Chapter 11, Bob the Burn Evangelist.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've talked too much. Bob,
No.
you need to take over.
Now, yeah, Bob, let's introduce you. So,
Okay.
you're Bob Worley. Who are you?
Well, I was a young kid when my mother and father separated, and there's a reason I'm saying that, is that I ended up moving into a gang area, and I was just a little pudgy, nerdy kid. And so what happened was that I had to start fighting to, make it home sometimes. And I let my ego get the best of me and grew out my hair long back in 1969. And one of my brothers was a hippie, and the other one was, I would say, somewhat of a hippie, but he was a working guy. And so I couldn't see that there was any purpose to life at all. My brother and his wife got divorced, and my sister got divorced. I mean, just nothing really made any sense. So I went out the deep end, and by the time I went to continuation high school, Thug High, cut a lot of school. I went enough to pass, but I'm actually bringing you through a real quick overview of this. By 18, I had, went through the LSD experience and the magic mushrooms and drugs A to Z. And so when I was 18, I was joining a 1% bike club, and I got kind of beat up and kicked out of it because they said I was too crazy. I guess we had a little too much window pane, and I went nuts, went to fight cops. So I got in jail, and they put me in the gang tank with half Hispanic gang members and half bikers, and it was a blessing because one of the bikers knew me and knew my brother, so it was, I didn't get beat up or anything weird. And I realized, I'm going to, I don't want to be in prison, but I can play guitar, so I'm going to be a rock musician, right? I'm going to change my path. And so by 22 years old, I had ruined my life. I was into heroin and other drugs and that type of thing. And so I know the culture through and through, and I'm in the LA area, right? So it's a happening thing, and knew some rock stars, and played with a few. And I realized that there were, I went to work to get some money for my studio time, and there were these Christians there, and they shared with me. They didn't preach at me, they shared with me. And I started realizing that they're the only ones that cared about me out of all my friends. So to make a long story short, I'm flat on my back, high, And I look up and I said, Lord, come into my life, unconditional surrender. I ruined my life. And so I ended up being transformed, and the sanctification started. And so I ended up meeting my wife, Mary, and I said, I'm going to have to learn how to, take care of her. And so I got into a career. But nothing really leaves that experience. I might have cut my hair and gained some weight at the time and looked like a pudgy white boy or something like that. But I used that to my advantage, and I had really a heart to evangelize, to go out and talk to people. And I mean, actually, conversations and talk. So by the time, I'll go all the way up to 2017, and I met Carl. Carl was the guy that didn't do any of this stuff. I'm the guy that did all of this stuff. And it was the perfect match. Nobody could say, don't knock it till you try it or anything like that. No, I can go toe-to-toe with anybody at Burning Man.
Yeah, right.
And and I'll give you a quick story, and then I'll get to the Burning Man part. But I was out at camping outside of Burning Man. We had a camp right off the road, and we had a big sign, and we put these Israeli flags up. I knew if I put a Christian flag up, nobody would stop. I put these Israeli flags up. Everybody, I should say, a lot of people were stopping. We gave free ice water. We helped people with their cars, and the Burning Man management wanted me gone, so they called the sheriffs on me. Sheriffs came out, and one of them was a Christian. And he said, how can you go out on that playa with all those disgusting people? How can you, as a Christian, be here, right? And I said, officer, all due respect, go back to Reno and go to church, dot your I's and cross your T's. But for me, I'm going to go into all the world. These people is like where Paul went to in Acts 17. Now, some of them might be naked and painted purple, right? But I've done a lot worse.
Let's hold on one second while this finishes up.
Okay.
I know it's, actually, I love this song. It's a huge Sound of Music fan.
Yeah, that's...
It might confuse the robots that are editing this show.
Okay.
Just kidding, it's Gons.
Gons is the robot.
He's the robot. He's been an AI this entire time.
Yes.
Okay.
So I told this sheriff's deputy to go back to Reno, go to church, dot your I's and cross your T's. But for me, I'm going to go out into the world and share the gospel that saves sinners. And they might be naked, they might be painted purple, but I have done a lot worse.
Yeah.
And that cop, it floored him, and he says, oh, wow, you're right. Mm-hmm. He kind of repented there, right?
Yeah.
So meeting Carl, having a good partner, and we're different and so forth, that we can go out to Burning Man and, what things I do know he doesn't know, and a lot of things he knows that I don't know, and we're able to share. Now, I want to give one experience, and then I'll give the mic back to you. If you're a Christian, and you're condemning the darkness, right? Basically, darkness is the absence of light. If we have the light of the world in us, we can walk in that darkness flees. But I'll tell you one experience, and I've had many, where a newlywed couple, young people, were at Burning Man, and I was sitting next to them at a camp, and some person came in and tried to talk them into having a threesome. I'll just say it, right? And he's trying to convince them. No, they're not going for this, but they were too nice not to just say no, and he kept trying to convince them. So I stepped in. I said, you two, if you did that, you would destroy your marriage. So if you listen to him, you're going to destroy your marriage. But if you look at your marriage as put together by God, right? Said you will have a great marriage, right? And so this guy got up and he ran off and got upset at me, and I got to witness to these two people, right? And I've gotten people out of trouble at Burning Man, right? We're Christians, right? We got the words of eternal life, and so I'll let Carl or you get back to the interview here, but I do want to say it takes different gifts that people have, and I don't get intimidated by the worst things they do out there.
Well, I would like to stick with that actually, because like we've mentioned here, lots of people, the people who don't get all grumpy when we mention Burning Man, they are excited to hear about any sort of evangelism going on out there. And I think it was my first year in 2018, I came back and gave a report, and it was filled with stories about interactions with people, but there was some more grumpy Christians that they didn't hear me say that all of these people didn't get led through the sinner's prayer in sort of the traditional getting saved sort of way.
Right.
Not that there's anything wrong with the sinner's prayer. It was been effective for a lot of people. But the evangelism that you do out at Burning Man, whether it's inside Burning Man or outside Burning Man, looks a little different from the evangelism that you learn, when you're at YWAM camp or something like that, right? And I mean, I want people to hear a little bit about what you do out there, because what we have here is a very cool situation where on the inside, some very important research, very important interactions, very important data that has given so many people, including myself, some insight into what's going on in the world today and where it's going, and has been incredibly accurate in that regard. But also, you got a man on the outside who is working, doing more kingdom work.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about what it was like this year and what kind of things you got up to.
Well,
and
what I'll say is this, and I do want to start off with a scripture here, and that's going to end up being 1 Corinthians 5:12 through 13, where we're ordered to say, "For what have I to do with judging the outsiders of the body of Christ? Do you not judge those who are within the church? But those who are outside, God judges. Remove the wicked men from among yourselves." And why I'm bringing that up is like one of my mentors, Dr. Walter Martin, would say, is that do you kick or hit a blind man because he bumps into you or touches you with his cane? And no, right? If we really believe the Bible, these people are spiritually blind, and because we all enter this world with the wrath of God on us. We find that in John 3:36. That's why you got to be born again. But the point is that when I go out there, I don't, I'll go up to Hell's Angels. I've introduced my son at 10 years old to Hell's Angels, So that's my verse there, to go out and not judge them. Now we are to judge evil things, but I'm going to get to the point here about sharing the gospel, is that with me, I had Christians who shared with me who showed love, and they weren't pounding me in the ground. And I'm not saying there is a right time for the bullhorn and things like that, but for me, I'm going to go out like the Apostle Paul did in Acts 17, and I'm going to have a discussion using their poets even, right, to communicate with these people. Now, the one thing is that when you look at like John 15, 16, and 17, Jesus says he chose them, the disciples. They did not choose, they didn't choose them, but he chose them. And it goes on to say to produce good fruit, right? And so when I go out there, these people, they catch it. They know I'm not out there to get a gotcha on them or something. So what do? We help them fix their cars. We help get water to them. We give them rides when they break down, right? And it's in action that we're doing this. But the gospel is always front and center as we lead in and get to know who they are, and then they see who we are.
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind that changed the way that I operated in the world and interpersonally with people is when someone told me that love, whether it's any kind of love, whether it's romantic or friendship or brotherly or gospel-centered love, is actually a verb. At least the English language, we just have love, and it just kind of, most people think of it as a feeling you have or affinity that you feel for someone. But to love someone is actually a verb, to love them, to do the things that show love to somebody. And in an evangelistic sense, what you're doing is really loving people. I mean, you are stationed outside of Burning Man this year. You are outside of Burning Man, where there must just be a constant sort of stream, maybe not bumper to bumper, but people coming in and out of Burning Man all day long, coming through Gerlach or wherever you're stationed. And if it's anything like when I left Burning Man this year, there was just dozens of vehicles broken down on the way out. And each one of them was in need of something, I'm sure.
You bet.
And well, God bless you for going and showing them that love, because I was too tired and too hot, and I was not ready to get on the ground and start fixing burner tires, that's for sure. So tell us a little bit about what that looked like on the ground for you during your ministry this year.
This year, and there's been a number, I brought burners home that their cars broke down.
Driven them home, picked them up.
I picked them up. We had a Christian that used to have a tow truck here, and we'd tow him in, and the Christian was a mechanic, and I'd buy the parts and he'd fix it for free.
Wow.
And of course they were trapped in my house, right? They can't get out,
right.
And we feed people and we're kind to people. And again, this is not like, well, we're going to become your best friend, but it leads up to what the gospel is. Now, we have a methodology that I do, and Carl's is maybe a little different. I'm kind of more of a fundamentalist type guy, but he taught me about oneism and twoism, and I would like Carl to tell you that when he gets on the mic. But we found a bus that had come from Seattle, and it had broken down, and this battery was dead. So I get my jumper cables out, and it took about 30 minutes to charge it up. And it was a diesel, so he needed a pump. I didn't have one. Next time I will have one. But we flagged down somebody that was going to the burn, and they got a bicycle pump out and gave to them. And I started talking to them. I said, told them, this is your first time. Watch out for certain things at Burning Man. And I said, here's my phone number. And if you get in trouble, call me. And I did it with people in the bus. I did it with other people, right? And so I shared the gospel with them, and in a way they could understand it. And I gave them, we have a big money track from Ray Comfort, the chlorination, King chlorination track from Ray Comfort. And we have little pennies that have the 10 Commandments. And we go through a few of them with them. Well, these people were really receptive. They break down 44 miles south of us. they had an estimate from a tow truck company, $800. And I said, they called me, and I said, number one, you can stay with me, but I'll get your car towed. And so I found a tow truck driver that had a better price, that ended up knowing a mechanic, and they ended up going to fix it for real inexpensive, and they're not going to be paying $800.
Oh, so this was after Burning Man. They called you.
After Burning Man.
Oh.
Before Burning Man, they were going to it.
Right.
After they break down. And so they called me up, and they kept thanking me, if it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't happen. And I said, you know what? That's what I'm here for. If you come back through, stop in, stay a night with me. And I said, well, we'd like to do an interview. And they said, when we get back to Seattle, rested up, we'll give you a call. And they gave me their phone number, of course.
Great.
And it was unbelievable to them. So you have this action, like you said, as a verb, right? You're sharing the gospel in a way, right, that they can understand. Because we're in a society that you say, Jesus died for your sins. In our society today, that doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody,
right.
Postmodern people,
Yeah.
right? And so we use a methodology, and I, like Carl, just start out with the one-ism, two-ism, but I use, if we're chemical machines, and that's all we are, and I haven't had anybody deny it, I said, then helping a little old lady across the street or pushing her in front of the bus is the same thing, right? And I said, show me on the periodic chart where love is. It's abstract, right? And once I get them thinking that way, I use a presuppositional argument. But anyways, Carl turned me on to the one-ism, two-ism. And so that's what we do. That's just one example. If you're not ready to go out there for that, right, and you're just going to go out with a bullhorn, you're in the wrong place,
right.
Number one.
Well, that's one thing you can say about burners is, they're used to this community, and it's even one of the tenets of Burning Man. I forget the actual wording, but sort of civil engagement,
civic responsibility.
Civic responsibility is a big thing where everybody's kind of expected to help everybody, and people are is for people not in sort of a religious community. Well, now we know Burning Man is a religious community, but there is such readiness for the most part to help each other out, and then also to receive help. They're sort of primed to accept help and to give help in any situation. It's kind of part of the social fabric that is Burning Man, because a lot of times, if you were to, it depends, but there is a world in which you walk up to someone who's having trouble out here in the regular world, and you walk up and you ask them if they need help, or you offer some help, or you just offer them a sandwich or something. It's very suspicious. There's a little bit of like, okay, what do you want? There's an expectation of transaction.
Right.
But burners, they're a very special group of people because they are so primed to give and receive help in a sort of non-transactional manner that it almost makes them much more susceptible is not the right word. Ready.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head. I tell people that there's between 70 to 80,000 people out there. That would include the people that are volunteering. And most of those people, it's one time a year that these people are there, and half of them are looking for meaning, but they're there not to argue and fight, but they're there for enlightenment of some sort. And what better place? Because I go to a lot of different places to preach the gospel, right? And you get threatened, and I go out maybe to talk to some Muslims or something, or some other religious group, right? And it can get pretty tense for them and for me. But at Burning Man, I have that opportunity that almost everybody wants to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And they're open to a discussion. I'm not saying that they're open, they're going to just convert
Not
to
going to
Christianity
bend a
or
knee
something.
right there, but yeah.
But you send them home, like what Carl did, saying, that he's going to tell them that about Eve, that the lady tell her that you're a descendant of Eve or something like that, and that it hits. Those things stuck with me before I was a Christian.
Right.
Like, oh man, that bothered me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. And I want to tell you something, and I'm getting a little probably judgmental here, but I look at the burners can do good things. They really can.
Yeah.
And atheists could be good people, but they can't justify being good because there's no basis for morality in a philosophical word except what they make it mean.
Right.
But as Christians, we can't justify doing wrong, though we do wrong, right? So what I'm asking the people that listen to this broadcast, if you have a gift that you could use at an event like this, you can't justify not doing it.
Right.
That sounds a little harsh maybe, but not everybody can do this.
Yeah.
If and so anyways.
Well, and like you said, so many different things, so many different skills can be put to use. And the style of evangelism that you are perpetrating here is so practical because, in the Christian community, it's very difficult for, say, introverts to evangelize because the very thought of walking up to a stranger and asking them if they know where they're going to go when they die is like they would rather die than walk up and ask somebody that. Right. That's kind of the only method, the only mold that is sort of handed from the pulpit. But in your case here, which is a extremely unique sort of mission field, which is Burning Man, you can be a guy who knows how to fix cars. If you can change a tire, you can evangelize. If you can, have some tools in your trunk, and trust me, there will be no lack of opportunity for you to come upon an RV or a car or something on the side of the road that's something extremely easy to fix has happened that they just weren't, kind of prepared for. Tech bros, what are you gonna do? California people, you can you can be the hand of God in those people's lives. And what I love about what you're doing, Bob, is you give them your number and you say, if there's anything else you need, you give me a call, and they do. A lot of times with evangelism, one big problem is follow-up. You can go to a distant land and put on a conference or a crusade or whatever and have a whole crowd of people raise their hands to Jesus, and that's great. But if there's no follow-up, if there's no church to catch those people, if they don't all have your cell phone number, if you just get the sinner's prayer and then just leave, what good is that? And so what you're doing, which is highly practical, helping people in their real lives in probably one of the most stressful moments of their month, at least.
Yes.
If getting to Burning Man is not the most stressful thing, leaving Burning Man is definitely the most stressful thing that they've done in the month. And they break down, they're stranded, and all of the worldly economic ways out of their situation are extremely extortionist, is what they are. I mean, for the businesses around Burning Man, they do very well because they extort people who are in emergencies, who are tired, who are, all those things. Nothing against, hey, I'm a free market capitalist, good on them. They deserve to make the money they're making. But when a guy like you comes rolling up on some burners in an emergency, has exactly what they need. I mean, that's a story where they can later be like, I think an angel stopped and had the exact thing that we needed to leave. That's a very powerful witness. It's your interaction with them then becomes a testimony that they can use, that is a sort of stepping stone on their path to Christ, not just, I was walking out of the grocery store with my groceries and some guy came over and told me I was going to hell. That's not like a part of their life story.
Right.
Part of their life story is this angel or this guy came by and saved us after the burn, and it was flooded, and we were tired and we were hungry, and the car broke and we didn't know what to do, and the tow truck was extorting us, and blah blah blah. And then you come along, you act out of love is what it is, a godly love, showing it to them, shining the light, and then giving them your phone number so they can call when they're like, I think that guy was an angel. Well, the angel gave me his cell phone number, so let me see what exactly. Okay, I guess it wasn't an angel, but it's a guy who has some more things to tell me. So I love that about what you do, and you're doing it in America, which for Christians in America is about the scariest possible place to do it. Anyways, I wanted to tell you all that nice stuff about that. So the point being, I'm sorry, I got on my tangents again. The point being that anybody, even the most stage-frighted introvert who's so scared of evangelizing, can participate in this, help their brother in Adam, and be a testimony for their future brother in Christ. So everybody sign up to go evangelize with Bob.
Well, yeah, one of the things that I'd like to put out on this is that though I was very bold when I first got saved, there was a lot of things I wasn't exposed to. And I met this brother, Scott, and he said, oh, Bob, I'll be over Saturday morning to pick you up. We're going to go out and evangelize, right? I'm thinking, I'm like a little concerned about this. What are we going to be doing? So we go to the abortion clinic and we have signs, and we actually talk to the people. Back then you could go on the property and talk to people and not condemn them in cosmic doom. But, you know, my wife was a counselor at one of these pro-life places. And then after that, we went to a religious cult church, and we were out there talking to people. And then we went to the pornography center, and we stood out with signs in front of the pornography. It ends up the guy who owned the shop became our friend, right? And my friend Scott closed down a pornography place, and we even had a congressman stop by. And it became a habit. That's the only thing I'm saying. It became a habit, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was asked to give a talk one time at a church, and so the pastor was gone, and I said, first I started out, you know, Pastor so-and-so is not a nice guy at all. Everybody in the congregation looking at me, right? And I want to talk about his feet, talking about those who preach the gospel. But I said, but he's kind. Nice is pleasing and agreeable. Kind is a fiduciary term, which is, I'm here for you, right? As a Christian, I want you to have eternal life, right? As a Christian, I want to make sure you're not stuck in the middle of the desert. And I am going to have that fiduciary heart where I'm going to reach out to you. And that pushes you to your limits when you got some people that come in and stay at your house that look like I had some transgenders that I invited to my house this time, and I honestly wanted them to come. Yeah, right. And so I'll end with that. But it's a lifestyle what we get into, and you don't have to go there. You could be part of supplying tracts, or if you wanted to, or building a website for us or something like that. You can get involved and get the gospel out with your gifts.
Yeah.
So.
Tell me, do you have another story from this year's Burning Man that you could tell?
Let's see. Well, okay, I do, and this one's kind of on a little bit harsher towards us, but we are going by a pottery business that's been in the area for a long time, and I hadn't been there in like 30 years. And I said, these people are getting old. Let's stop in, Steve Hicks is my partner, and see if they're okay. And so we went in, and I felt, I'm going to buy pottery from them to support them. And I started sharing with them why we're out there, the gospel. And the lady was getting upset at me, but she started talking and telling me all the bad things and insulting me and doing this, and every time it just opened the door for me to give her a reason why we're doing this, a reason why we're concerned about him, and so forth. And this went on, and they told us that our Bible was no better than Marvel Comics and so forth. And so this went on. And the reason I'm telling you this is that when we were walking off, the guy said, "Bring me a pizza," right? Mm-hmm. And after he told me the Bible was like Marvel Comics. And
right.
So what was interesting is we went and we bought the pizza,
yeah,
and we brought it back to them,
mm-hmm,
and they were shocked.
Yeah.
Right? Now, they weren't as mean the second time around, right? And so, I told my son, well, we'll bring something to them every year, a pizza or something, right?
Yeah.
Something small. And they're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So a pizza is actually a big deal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we also, ended up getting to go, you got a lot of cars that are in line at the gas stations. And we would go and give our tracts and talk to the people at the cars and so forth. And so we would start talking to a lady, and she goes, "I'm a Christian."
Uh-huh.
She's going to Burning Man. I said, "How many times you come here?" 4 years. She's from Germany. And she goes, "I'm a Christian, and I really don't like this event." But she says, "My husband comes, and he's not a Christian. And I just go there to basically protect him and be there for him." Huh. And I said, "Okay," right? And so you run into all sorts of situations, like we... not this time, but we did run into situations where people, we had a guy that was hurt, take him to the hospital, that type of thing. So there's a lot of different experiences out there. And one of the big things was stopping and giving young people ice cold water, mm-hmm, bottles of water. Can be a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
When they're broken down. We had an RV that was broken down, and they didn't have any ice cold water, and we were just handing it out to them as we, help fix their flat.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I could probably go on with things, but this time we only ran into a few vehicles that were broken down. But we did give our phone number out to a lot of people, and we actually give them advice when they're going in for the first time.
Right, yeah, that's kind of another thing, a little bit of a burner advice booth, which, especially if it's your first time,
right,
is really incredibly valuable.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the almost the most valuable thing you can get before going in, because it really is. You can be prepared for almost anything, but if you're not mentally prepared to handle a situation, doesn't matter what you have in your trunk,
right?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a big deal. Well, thank you for sharing. And yeah, I mean, the whole team here is doing incredible work, but there's room for more. There's room for more involvement.
Real quick, and I'll hand it back to you, is that one time, 2018, we had a Hindu come up to the tent. Now, Carl just happened to be at the tent at the time. or I would have been in trouble. And this guy was a real Hindu. And I said, Carl, up and center, right? So Carl comes out and talks to this guy. And the guy said at the end, I've read a lot of my Hindu books and so forth, but you've read more than I have, to Carl. So there's where I would fall short at. There's where Carl shines at.
Right.
And we also had the guy that was a disciple of Jack Parsons, the cultic guy from JPL.
Yeah.
And Carl and some other Christians hung out with this guy all week when they were back, and he said the same thing. I've lived the occult all my life, and you guys know more than I do.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have known
that a lot too.
Oh, were you there?
No, but I get the same thing a lot. I mean, a lot of there's a lot of years of paying attention. I ran into a witch this year who had a gigantic bone of something, a giant femur bone, and she said that she found it out there, which is plausible. I don't know how somebody would have brought something out, but it was she was trying to get people to hold the bone and to sort of imbue it with. She was trying to create a magical object is what she was doing, but she didn't say that. But she was going around and handing this bone and asking people questions while they held it. And she walks up to me. She walks up to the group I was with, and she asked somebody in the group, and I just say, "Oh, are you trying to create a magical object?" And she was stunned that I even knew what this was. And she goes, "Yeah, I am." And the person in my group was sort of reaching out to participate in what this is. And I said, I wouldn't do that if I were you, blah, 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 blah. Because to create a magical object, you have to put in intention and stuff from either other people or yourself, imbue the object with sort of the occult power. And, there are times, it depends if you're a good witch or a bad witch or whatever, I'm sure this person would have said she's a good witch, but, there's no spiritual reality to participating in something like that, and she very quickly got out of my orbit before I could tell anybody else what she was doing. But yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. A lot of people are living their sort of, I'll say this. We are all living our lives ingesting information at the rate it is given to us.
Right.
Yes. And if we are not putting ourselves in a position to ingest it faster than others, then, they're going to be ahead of us. Right. Just happens to be our line of work, puts us in a position to ingest information about other people's belief systems faster than they can ingest it or are ingesting it. It's one of those places where everybody out there is a seeker, and they are all students of something. And luckily for us, when we are out there, students do want to learn, which makes it a very ripe opportunity for opening that discussion that you're talking about.
Bob had asked a little bit about 1 and 2. And,
yes.
And I think that, for myself, that's something I've been using. Again, I'm going in for a slightly different purpose, though the overlap is there. When the conversations come, you engage. And my goodness, we had a lot of conversations this year, as we have other years. In fact, and back to your point, Basil, about the fact that the burner community are prepped. They are ready to help each other.
Yeah.
We saw that in spades only a few days ago, as this was the first real mud burn, and as neighbors help neighbors, and people are helping people out, and people were pulling people out, and my goodness, on Sunday morning, I was at the end of a line of guys and gals on a tow rope, and we had a human chain, and we were pulling out trucks and campers out of the mud.
Yeah.
I mean, people were, and of course we all saw the media afterwards, all the stories and how it's, you know, the end of the world.
Right.
My goodness.
It
not
wasn't
even
that
close.
Chapter 12, How to Share the Gospel at Burning Man.
I want to give one quick experience, and I've been waiting to ask Carl to talk about the experience you had with the artist. I think he might have been from France or Russia. When Are You Greater Than Your
Oh,
Artwork?
yeah, that was back in 2017.
Yeah, and so I was there in 1998 or 99, and I'm observing what's going on. And there was these bales of hay, and there was an old man, probably my age now, right? Anyways, and he was sitting on a bale of hay, and I walked over to him and asked him why he was there, and he says, "I'm dying of cancer." And he said, I just wanted to come and see what this was about. And it was perfect. These dancing girls, you know, like I Dream of Jeannie outfits on, came. There's like 3 or 4 of them, and they're dancing in front of us. And I pointed at him, and I said, "You see those girls? They don't care about you. You're dying of cancer. You're going to be dead soon, right?" And it opened the door to share the gospel, and Christ dying for him, and this type of thing. That's the opportunity that we end up having at Burning Man that could make the difference. If you really believe that we get eternal life, we have the cure for death, why aren't you there? Right? Why aren't you there? You know?
Yeah.
And I thank God for the Christians that lay down their life every day testifying to me, right? And then the experience you had was with the artist.
Right.
If you could explain that.
Yeah, well, you know, we had some interesting ones in 2017. I don't know if you remember, we had a tent right up against our tent.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Paul from France.
Yeah.
Fantastic guy. Actually, I met him back in 2018 again.
Right.
The next year, we just bumped into each other. So cool. So anyways, this camp moves in beside us. And is a fellow from France named Paul. And so he wants to put his pup tent up against our tent so that he has some shelter from the wind. And that's cool. Go ahead. That's not a problem. So his tent is literally, bumping up against my tent. And Bob and I had never spent time ever before in person. Yeah, we had phone calls, but we'd never actually got to sit down and meet and even talk to each other. So we took the opportunities every morning at Burning Man to sit, and we told each other our testimonies. We talked about scripture. We went into theology. For the whole week in the morning, we would have coffee and we would just talk Bible. We'd talk Jesus. We'd talk about our personal lives.
We never ever condemned anybody or said how evil it was there.
No,
we were
didn't.
talking about...
No, because John 3:17,
Right.
we're all condemned
Exactly.
already. Right. And so anyways, must have been, I think, maybe on Thursday or Friday, Paul comes up to me. He goes, "I hope it's okay, but I've been eavesdropping on all of your conversations." Awesome. And then that same week, we had a young Russian esoteric artist walks by our camp, sees a sign, Camp of the Unknown God, and blurts out, "Who is this unknown God?" Mm-hmm. And so, come in under the shade, here's some water, here's some Gatorade, whatever. We end up having this conversation. He tells me about his artistry. He's a oneist. We establish that very, very quickly. He's very proud of his oneism. And I said to him, and by this point we already had a conversation about God and about a number of different biblical things. And so I said to him, "You're an artist, so are you telling me that your artwork has the same value as you? You and your artwork have the same value. There's no distinction." He goes, "Of course not. I'm the artist." And I just spread my arms out and I go, we have this incredible mountain backdrop. We have an amazing sky. We have this incredible artistic expression. Are you telling me the artist and the art is the same? And it hit him, and he just stopped. And he goes, I know what you're saying. I get it. So sometimes it's just that simple. Okay? It doesn't have to be complicated. The gospel is simple, but it's not simplistic. And sometimes we can touch people's lives by just, first of all, it's a pretty big but pretty simple thing to do. Just listen.
Yeah.
Just listen. Shut up and listen. Just shut up and listen. Yeah. And then don't try to win the argument.
Right.
And end up losing the person.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Exactly.
There's no point.
I just in finishing for me is that when I became a Christian, I was basically, I still am not an educated person, but by the grace of God, He gave me a heart to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses. And so I had to deal with John 1:1, so I had to take Greek. I had a tutor for 2 years, 4 hours almost every Saturday on syntax and philosophy and logic, and amazing guy, Earl Stewart. And so with that, I started learning about presuppositional apologetics, evidential apologetics, how to use them together. And it's like as preparing for war as a soldier. And so I have no problem with dealing with somebody who has a PhD in philosophy. I've done it and just locked them up. And they said, oh, I can't answer that. Let me get back to you, right? It's like I'm preparing for everything. But when I get out there, I'm not using that. It's there if I need it, but it comes down to the simple gospel of Christ, and how do I get them to think, right? And if they want to go further, we can have discussions, right? So
and we've had that.
Yeah, I think of Exodus 4:10, where you have Moses, don't pick me, Lord, lousy voice or whatever, right? And so he can use any of us. Right. So anyways, I'm just finishing off with that, is that we should be, going up against the greatest challenges against Christianity. I'm not going to fear it.
Right.
I told an atheist, in fact, he goes, I think I could prove you wrong. And I said, you know what? I said, would you? I said, I've got booze to drink, I've got drugs to take, women to rape, and people to kill, and you're first on my list. And he started laughing, right? I said, so what are these arguments again? Right? And we end up becoming, we love each other now, as far as we're very good friends. But
hey, listening is an act of love. I learned. If we're looking for all the sorts of ways to love people, listening is an important one that a lot of the world has forgotten about.
Yeah, that's true.
Listening is a verb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Chapter 13, Closing Thoughts.
Well, thank you guys so much. Now, here's the thing. You guys have both given the impression that you are going to continue doing this, and that you are looking for ways to improve and grow in different ways.
Always.
And so if there... Let's see. I hear we need a website. I hear we need more people. I hear what sort of ways do you see this ministry in both of its manifestations
from
growing, and what the needs could be?
I have a lady that called me up, and she's drop shipping tracts. I chose Ray Comfort to go in there, read all the tracts, and whatever touches you, just drop ship them. I don't want people sending me money or anything like that.
Okay.
And we really need somebody that could volunteer to do, I'm thinking at least 2 websites.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah,
and even
sure.
the thing with Carl, I think that's a magnificent idea. So if there's people that want to be involved in the Camp of the Unknown God, which is just a ministry that meets once a year, right? And, you know, I'd like to hear from them, and they can get a hold of me, or they can get a hold of Carl.
I have a vision, but it's an unrealistic vision. No, it's not unrealistic. With God, anything is possible. But I have it's a dream. I have a dream. I have a dream that we have a camp of 10 to 12 people dedicated. And we have a camp, maybe 10 to 12 camps like that, scattered across the playa. Was that going to happen?
Yeah.
Probably not. But at the same time, can we get one camp with 10 to 12 people? Maybe even put a few lectures in place. Maybe get something in the Where, What, When guide.
Right.
Have some conversations that way.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really cool. But that would take a lot more time.
A lot of people involved. A lot of people believing in the mission.
And resources.
Yeah.
It is not a cheap endeavor.
No.
And people don't realize that there's actually a high cost.
Oh, yeah.
And a hard cost sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely an expensive venture.
Yeah.
It's worth it. And
Absolutely.
my wife and I, we lived in Bishop, California, and we moved back here because Carl had told my wife is that you're living right in the perfect place to do Burning Man ministry. And that didn't, you know, my wife just says, Mary says, no, we got to move back there. This is what we're called to do, is to talk to burners.
So here I am as a Canadian, sitting in Cedarville, California, and I'm looking at 2 guys in front of me. Bob here is in Cedarville. He's holding down the northern gate. Basil is holding down the southern gate.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty remarkable.
The possibilities are endless, folks. All you have to do is open your mind to the possibilities.
Well, if that doesn't work, we're going to lay a guilt trip on your brother.
But Basil, thank you so much for taking the time to drive all the way up to talk about this.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm so happy to do it, and I'm so happy for what both of you guys are doing, because I would not be doing it if it weren't for both of you, and I appreciate that very much. And I am going to make sure to encourage everybody, now that they've heard what's going on, why we do what we do, and the breadth of kingdom work being done at Burning Man by such an incredibly small team on such an incredibly restricted budget. You know, the possibilities really are only limited by our faith in what God can do. So I will make sure at the end of this program to give all the instructions and how to get a hold of you guys. Of course, they can always get a hold of me as well to get involved in whatever way that the Lord is leading them to. Yeah. And whether that's boots on the ground getting dusty and talking to people, whether that's inside or outside the walls of Burning Man, whether that's from home with material involvement, resources, whatever it is, there's a lot of ways to do it. And the only other Christians that I've run into at Burning Man are the ones talking about taking mushrooms with Jesus and all sorts of other stuff. So, you know, there's one might be tempted to think that Burning Man is sort of a saturated mission field, but it's that, again, the psychological operation that would lead you to believe that is doing nothing but keeping Christians out. which I think we've decided here is not the way for it to be.
Right.
One quick thing is that the only mushrooms that you'll see Carl and I taking will be on our pepperoni pizzas, right? And I'd like to throw out one more thing. Colossians 1:13 says, "For he rescued us from the kingdom or the domain of darkness and transferred us into the kingdom of his beloved Son." Those are passive verbs. It means God's doing the work.
Yeah.
But how do they hear unless there's a preacher? And if you really believe the Word of God, they need to hear.
Don't give up, Elijah. Sleep at the juniper tree. The journey's too great. The angel of the Lord has food indeed.
Called out a beast from the sea. It had 7 heads with 10 horns. 10 crowns were on its horns, and blasphemous names were on its heads. And to it the dragon gave his power and authority. One of its heads had a mortal wound, but it was healed. So the whole world followed the beast, and they worshipped the dragon, for that was the source of the power of the beast. And they said, "Who is like the beast, and who can fight against it?" The beast was allowed to make war on the saints and to conquer them. It was given authority over every tribe and nation. Listen closely. If anyone is to be taken captive, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain by the sword, then by the sword they must be slain. This is a call for the endurance of the saints. Then I saw a second beast rise from the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It shared all the authority of the first beast, and it made the whole earth worship him, the one whose mortal wound was healed. This second beast will perform great signs, even calling fire down from heaven. It will deceive the whole world into making an image for the beast that was wounded and yet lived. The second beast will then give breath to this image, and all those who do not worship the image of the beast will be killed. It will cause everyone, both rich and poor, to be marked, so that no one can buy or sell unless they bear the mark, that is, the name of the beast, or the number of its name. Then, behold, the Lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him were the 144,000 who are sealed with his name. They have been redeemed from mankind as the firstfruits of God, for they are blameless. Then an angel flew overhead, proclaiming the gospel to the whole earth. He said, "Fear God and give him glory. The hour of his judgment has come." A second angel followed and said, "Fallen is Babylon, the one who has made all the nations drink the wine of immorality." Then a third angel came and said, "If anyone worships the beast and receives its mark, he will also drink the wine of God's wrath." Then I saw a white cloud, and seated there was the Son of Man. He wore a golden crown on his head, and he carried a sharp sickle. Another angel came out from the temple of God and said, "Go and reap, for the hour has come. The harvest of the earth is fully ripe." So the one seated on the cloud swung his sickle across the earth, and the earth was reaped. Then another angel came out from the temple in heaven, and he also had a sharp sickle. I heard a voice say to him, "Gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe." So the angel swung his sickle and gathered the grape harvest of the earth. He threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And when the winepress was trodden, the blood flowed from it for miles.
of the day gets to feeling like a maze. It's okay, don't be afraid if you don't know what to say. Canary, cry awaits. When your brain's in the headline days, come on ahead my way, I can help you out the cage. Canary cry ways, canary cry ways, oh canary cry ways. Oh, the world's changing every day, each and every way you turn, there's another thing to learn. Reading in between the lines, thanking Jesus for our lives, and nice to see His glory shining like the sun. Run the race until it's done, come on everyone. Canary cry ways, oh canary cry ways. When your brain's in a haze and the headline days, come on ahead my way, I can help you out the cage. Canary.
That one was a doozy.